for some peace of mind, but TikTok said a gator drove a Jeep through the blinds. Florida man's at it again with fire.
Together, as we initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only wakes us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the petty express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. Come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the petty express. In a beautiful darkness.
Good morning, everyone. It is Mo, your conductress of this hot mess that is this trial, the Paul Caneiro trial. We can only hope that the state does like the Mortal Kombat finish him fatality today, because honestly, beyond like taking a selfie and peeing on the lawn, I don't know what more Paul could do to prove that he is all the guilty. But we are starting today out strong. Our first witness is, I have to take off the bow tie. Look, I couldn't even wear turtlenecks as a kid because, look, you will never catch Mo voluntarily in a turtleneck. Things around my neck, ugh. I couldn't even do chokers. And I was, in the year of I was the Blossom era. I mean, if you couldn't stand chokers, basically you didn't have any reason to go into Claire's. Okay. So my struggles, you can't imagine. Just kidding. Nick will be joining us, but we are going to get today started. That's kind of what we're doing. If you are new here, this is the Paul Caneiro case. Now, we are pretty much fast forwarding through the defense. They really add nothing of value at this point. If you need any example of this, please see the comments section roast this defense. But basically, that's what we're looking at. If you're new to this. However, this is a quadruple homicide, and we are getting towards the tail end of the state's case, according to the judge and kind of the last little bit of witnesses that we're coming into. Now, this first witness is going to be a serology labologist. She's basically going to be showing us from the sweatshirt, from the jeans, why it is that Paul is all the guilty. So let's get into it. Our favorite judge ever. Again, vote for me for president in 2028, and he will be assigned to all the cases.
Anybody in? So I had an idea over the weekend. It was probably in the midst of somewhere dealing with this freezing cold weather that I thought that we should pick this trial up and bring it to Florida. Anybody in?
I don't think we'll show up then.
Also, and now we gotta stay.
We have it on the beach.
Yeah, wherever. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you so
judge.
much for making it back here today. We really do appreciate it. We're moving along, like I said, we're moving along at a good pace, and we're very thankful for everyone's sacrifice for being here. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Now the appearances of counsel for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Decker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Morning.
Honor Monica Mastelot on behalf of Major County Prosecutor.
Morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Did the court agree with me? Did they decide that the defense was not even worth miking up at this point? Or has the defense watched my stream and realized, look, the less they say, the better? And Paul continues to wear God's ugliest sweater combos.
All right, so we're ready to call our next state's witness, prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Allison Lane.
Okay, thank you. I believe it's February already.
Yep.
Groundhog Day.
Oh. Which reminds me, since I already did my Savage Fenty subscription, if you have a subscription, it is the start of the month. If you want to skip your subscription, do it now. Because if you forget, then you're going to be charged that subscription and then you have to buy lingerie. Now, Mr. Mo is not all upset that I forgot my subscription, but I am upset with myself. Uh, Jason J, I will tell you that yesterday I was trying to help my daughter with her nursing stuff on my laptop, which was a fiasco in and of itself. So I will look into that. I just haven't had a chance yet. And I wanted to actually have a full, clear, like, time I could sit down and do that. So I will be looking into it, just I haven't yet.
No?
No, we're selling anyway.
Did you see his shadow?
Yes.
What's that mean again?
6 weeks.
More winter.
It'll be 6 weeks either way.
Can you just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Allison Lane, Lane.
Okay, is she kin to Sue Opper? Because she looks like a young Sue Opper from Opper from the Darrell Brooks trial. And I kind of want her to stare dead ass like Sue Opper was a gangster. She dead ass stared Darrell Brooks down. And I want this witness to dead ass stare Paul down.
Okay, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lane.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
The New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
And what is your title there?
I am a forensic scientist too, assigned to the forensic serology unit.
Okay. And which lab do you work out of in particular?
Central Laboratory in Hamilton, Mercer County.
In a nutshell, can you tell us what it is that you do as a forensic scientist too, particularly with regard to serological testing?
I analyze evidence for biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
Now, in that regard, what is your role in the process of DNA analysis?
This woman has not stayed in a hotel in 23 years. This woman knows too much and she doesn't go outside of her house. At least that's how I would be if I knew what kind of various and sundry fluids were everywhere.
I try to identify and isolate potential biological stains that can be forwarded to DNA from potential blood, semen, and saliva.
Because DNA cannot be found if there's no biological staining or material, is that right?
Yes.
So your job is essentially to look for that on a piece of evidence?
Yes.
Now, sometimes do you swab for something called E cells?
Yes.
What is that?
E cells, it stands for epithelial cells, which are skin cells.
Now, are there certain broad responsibilities that you have when you receive a case to work on, in particular with regard to the chain of custody?
Yes.
And what is that?
We are required to maintain the chain of custody. It's an electronic document of where the evidence is at all times in the laboratory.
Okay, and we'll talk more about that momentarily, but I'd like to discuss your educational and professional background. I'm going to show counseling you what's been marked as S438. May I approach?
Yeah, Denise, that is kind of where I struggle with this case as well, because it doesn't seem like he either brought enough freedom seeds or something happened, because there's a very different sort of stabbing is so up close and personal, and it seems odd that he would not anticipate more of a fight or what happened. I mean, I often say that evil doesn't need any reason or rhyme or logic, but it does seem like there was a great deal of rage. It could have been even with a sharp implement, he could have made things very quick. He did not. He did not. And it seems like there's a lot of rage there. So I don't know if it was rage because he forgot to bring more magazines, or if my theory or speculation was at all on base, that Paul secretly resented the children from the moment they were born because they blocked his chance of getting access easily to that money. They were always going to be an obstacle to his inheritance. And I think that he, I don't know, there is something there that speaks of really, really twistedness. And I don't know that I have the book learning to understand. She does. She does. But I'm trying to think of her as related to Sue Opper instead of related to Maya Kowalski's case.
You can.
I'm showing you S438. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is my CV.
Okay, and did you prepare that?
Yes, I did.
Is it 3 pages?
It is.
Can you provide the jury with the benefit of your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor's of Science degree from the Pennsylvania State University in Science and a Master's degree from Rutgers University in Microbiology and Molecular Genetics.
Now, chronologically, can you take us through your professional experience and summarize what you did in each role?
I have always been employed in the Forensic Serology Unit at the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences. I started in May of 2003 as a chemist trainee. Then I was promoted to a chemist, then to a forensic scientist 1, and now as a forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And can you just explain the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and 2 with regard to your role?
A forensic scientist 2 does the same as a forensic scientist 1, but is also required for doing peer review and administrative review of other analyst casework, and is responsible for training new hires into the unit that they work in.
Now, what is peer review?
The peer review is a review of the laboratory case file to make sure that all of the procedures and protocols were followed in that particular case.
So, for example, when you do your work, do you conduct a report?
Yes.
And then does each report get peer reviewed by somebody else?
Yes.
And what is that peer reviewer looking for?
There may
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of glad the next 2 cases we're going to don't have any children. Although I guess you could kind of class the au pair as a childlike adult, but the Banfield has no children except for the unfortunate children that were left behind. And the Corey Richens trial, again, has kiddos that were left behind, or might possibly be left behind by both parents, depending on how the outcome of the case. But yeah, I am glad after this we are taking some time off from kiddo-involved cases. This has just been a very interesting case, and I was actually wondering, since it's been delayed so long, if the state had a really good case, but they really do. And I'm very happy for that because, you know, as much as Paul left all the evidence around, it took a good and thorough investigation to find all of it, to put it into a trial form, and to have the right witnesses and the right people look at all the evidence.
ensure that they agree with all the analysis, that all the procedures and protocols were followed for a particular case, and if they were to analyze the case, they would follow the same testing scheme.
Now, do you also peer review others' work?
I do.
Do you hold a certification in biological stain identification?
I do.
And when did you receive that certification?
In March of 2004.
What were the requirements to receive that certification?
It was a 9-month to a year process where I learned all the procedures and protocols under a senior level forensic scientist. I had to do 2 written exams, 2 practical exams, and a moot court before I could do independent casework.
Now, do you have to undergo periodic proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what is that?
A proficiency test is a yearly test that is a mock case with a known target value. I treat it like a regular case, and I have to obtain the target value to maintain my certification.
And are you in good standing with all of your proficiency testing to date?
Yes.
Now, is the New Jersey State Police Lab accredited?
Yes.
By whom?
By the American National Accreditation Board. It's ANAB.
Okay. What does it mean, in a nutshell, to be accredited?
It means that we are following all the guiding principles that the accrediting body, they come in, they look at all of our procedures and protocols and make sure that we're doing what they're saying that we should be doing.
Are you a member of any professional?
Now, I would anticipate the defense to really drilled down on this to make sure that the lab is accredited and, following all procedures and kind of standard operating things that a lab would have to do, because this is possibly along with the still shot in front of the frosted glass garage door with your bald spot, you moron. This is probably the most damning evidence that is against Paul. The finding of pants that will be linked to him through epithelial or skin cells on the waistband and interior are also covered with the blood of his niece and nephew. This is really the lock in Davy Jones' locker with, him going down to the bottom of the sea of guilt. This I see the defense heavily attacking. Now, whether it will be in a way that's functional, I doubt it, but do anticipate that this is going to be heavily contested by the defense because this is incredibly damning evidence.
Organizations?
Yes.
What are those?
I'm a member of the New Jersey Association of Forensic Scientists, as well as the New Jersey Homicide Investigators Association.
Now, have you worked daily in the fields of serological analysis, specifically biological stain identification, since you became certified?
Yes.
Could you estimate the number of times that you've analyzed a piece of evidence for the presence of biological fluids and/or stains?
It would be tens of thousands.
Have you ever testified in Superior Court as an expert in the field of forensic serology/biological stain identification?
Yes.
In what jurisdictions?
In 17 of the 21 counties in New Jersey and one time in Pennsylvania.
Now, how many times have you qualified as an expert in Superior Court in that field?
Over 165.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to offer this witness as an expert in the field of forensic serology, specifically biological stain identification.
Yeah, and Jason, I will have to look at that in a little bit. I can tell you my heart broke when I heard about the Ethan case, and I just need a couple minutes when we're not talking about kids for a little bit. That one broke my heart. Look, if you have kids, they're hard work. Look, it's a full contact sport. I have 6 of them, and it's a lot of work to make sure that I'm doing what I can and what I'm supposed to be as a parent. And if you're not ready to or willing to sign up for that, don't have kids. I'm not saying we need a license for children, but maybe we need to start having licensing for children.
Any voir dire? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while. Okay. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary defendant and determine the facts in this case.
But this is the general soliloquy that he's been giving before each expert witness, again, reminding the jury that it is up to them to determine whether this witness knows what they're talking about, that they can discount or, take in any information. They can pick and choose. I do like that he gives this every time, but we've heard it enough, and I'm sure the jury has as well.
At that time, a unique laboratory case number is assigned to that particular case, and an evidence receipt is generated. That evidence receipt has a summation of the crime that's being charged, and it itemizes every piece of evidence that is coming into that laboratory. The evidence then goes into the vault where it's stored until it is ready for analysis.
So when the submitting agency brings a piece of evidence or multiple pieces of evidence, that will have the agency's case number on it?
Yes.
and then it gets a unique laboratory case number, is that right?
Yes.
And then is there a yellow laboratory sticker that goes onto that piece of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and then you indicated that an evidence receipt is generated, is that right?
Yes.
And that evidence receipt will have the agency case number as well as your unique lab number, is that correct? Do I have that right?
Yes.
How is it that you, as the serologist, would be assigned a particular case?
When I need cases to work on in the laboratory, I go to the case manager. I'm given that evidence receipt that was generated at submission. I take that receipt to the vault where an evidence handler gives me the evidence and scans it into my custody to maintain that chain of custody.
And what steps do you take to protect the integrity of the evidence that you receive?
In the laboratory, there are examination rooms where only one case is worked on at a time, only one item is worked on at a time. If there's multiple sources in a particular case, if there's items from a scene 1 and a scene 2, those are processed in different locations in the laboratory. The rooms are cleaned with bleach and ethanol, the tabletops with bleach and ethanol prior to and at the end of analysis. The floors are vacuumed. I have to wear a hairnet, face mask, safety goggles, lab coat, and gloves as well.
Now, do you, as the forensic serologist, do you do different types of testing depending on what you're looking for in terms of blood, saliva, semen, etc.?
Yes.
What are the current testing methods that...
Yeah, and that's my thing, JKD Buck. Again, I know it's a joke, and I know of all the things I joke about if I were to become president, the first thing I would do if I were president is dismantle the CPS system that keeps trying to give kids back to parents that don't give a crap. Stop it. There are plenty of people who have room and love in their heart for these children that their parents don't want. But stop trying to force these children back with these craptastical parents and make it seem like it's a great thing for family reunification. No. Those kids are happy in a foster home. They are thriving and doing wonderful, and their parents are still human dumpster water. Then we let that child stay with the foster parents because that child should be more important than the parent's self-esteem. Oh.
your lab utilizes for the testing of blood?
The laboratory uses the Kastle-Meyer test, the presumptive test for blood.
Can you explain to the jury how the Kastle-Meyer test works?
3 different reagents are applied to a suspected blood stain, and if it turns bright pink within 6 seconds after the addition of that 3rd reagent, it indicates that blood may be present.
Now, when you swab something for E-cells, which you talked about a little bit about earlier, how do you do that? What does that entail?
Sterile swabs from the laboratory are moistened with some deionized water, and the area that is being targeted for potential skin cells, usually it's where it'd be high contact with the skin, is then swabbed with those swabs and then forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And do you make the determination as to what gets forwarded over to DNA depending on the results of your testing?
Yes.
Now, when you perform a test on something, so for example, a swab, does the entire swab get sent over to DNA?
No, only a portion of that swab would be forwarded to DNA.
And then similarly, how about if you cut something to analyze? Would that be sent over to DNA, or would the whole piece of evidence be sent over? How does it work?
If there is a stain on a large item, then only a portion of that stain is forwarded to DNA.
Now, once you complete your testing and analysis, do you create a written report?
Yes.
And is that report dated?
Yes.
And does it have your signature on it?
Yes.
And how about the unique lab number that's assigned to the case?
Yes.
Okay. Is it ultimately peer or tech reviewed?
It is.
Okay. Will it have that individual's initials on it, that peer or tech reviewed it?
Yes.
And do you take notes as well in addition when you're doing your testing?
Yes.
And would those notes also have that unique case number on it?
Yes.
Are there times when certain items come to you that wouldn't necessarily be tested by serology, but would nonetheless be sent over to DNA for testing?
Yes.
And what are those items?
Specifically, DNA references that are submitted to the laboratory are not analyzed in the forensic serology unit. Those are known samples from an individual, and they're used for the DNA comparison in the DNA laboratory.
So typically like a buccal swab or a cheek swab?
Yes.
Now, when items come in from the submitting agency to the lab, are they itemized in terms of the chronology of the ordering of the numbers that they receive? So let me ask a better question. For example, if you get 5 pieces of evidence submitted by an agency, on the evidence property receipt that the lab creates, are those items itemized?
Yes, they are.
And how would they be itemized?
They're itemized based on the submitting agency department case number, item number.
Okay. And then when you perform testing on that particular item, are there sub-numbers that are assigned?
Depending upon the piece of evidence, yes.
Okay, so for example, if a piece of evidence comes in and you swab it, and the piece of evidence is number 1, would the swab then become 1-1?
Yes,
And then when you cut a piece of that swab and send that piece of the swab over to DNA, is that piece now 1-1-1?
it is.
Okay, so there's a lot of numbers that are involved, right?
Yes.
And I like that the state is kind of going over how they organize this. A lot of times, if you're a juror, it can become a lot of kind of number jumble. I know when I'm writing notes, it can become a number jumble. So I usually only do the kind of delineating sub classification. But I think it's helpful to explain to the jury how those classifications come about, because this case will have a lot of this serology evidence. We not only have some of the clothing found on the victims, I believe, but we do have also Paul's clothing, and I think perhaps Keith's clothing that were all tested as well.
Now, did you have occasion
Fair
to
point.
examine multiple items of evidence submitted to you by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office with respect to this particular case, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
I did.
Was evidence submitted from the prosecutor's office under essentially 2 different case numbers?
It was.
Okay, and did one case number correspond to the Ocean Township scene?
Yes.
And did one case number correspond to evidence taken from the Cold Snack scene?
Yes.
Now, did evidence come in under each of these 2 different numbers on one day or multiple days?
Multiple days.
And did you prepare reports for each batch of evidence that came into you that you received?
When I analyzed evidence, yes.
So it's fair to say you have multiple reports in this case under each lot number?
I do.
I'm showing counsel, and I will show you what's been marked as S410, S439, and S433A.
Very intelligent of the state to separate both crime scenes, which takes away an avenue for the defense to claim that there was cross-contamination between the 2 scenes that, well, of course. Oh. My phone is going off, and I don't know you, so you are going to voicemail. Mr. Mo hates when I do that, but I am an indoor cat. I do not talk to people, and 90% of the time, it is sales calls asking if I'd like to buy Viagra from a Canadian pharmacy, which, thank you for your concern, Canada, but my Viagra needs are taken care of in that I don't need it because, yeah. Ooh, the prosecutor is feeling herself. Those are some strappy high heels and red. Ooh.
Now, if you could, let's start with S410. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated November 23rd, 2018.
Does it indicate who the person was that dropped off the evidence listed on there?
Yes.
Who is that?
Detective Nicholas Canalona.
Now, how many items are listed on that evidence receipt?
9.
Can you just go through each of them for us?
Item number 1 is a FTA card from Jennifer Caneiro. Item number 2 is an FTA card from Jesse Caneiro. Item number 3 is an FTA card from Sophia Caneiro. Item number 4 is an FTA card from Keith Caneiro. Item number 5 is listed as a swab of handle of knife. Number 6, swab of handle of knife. Number 7, swab of handle of knife. Number 8, swab of handle from knife. And number 9, knife with black handle.
An FTA card is what?
It is another known sample. It's a blood spot card that is used for DNA comparison purposes.
I'm approaching with items S339, 340, 331, and 342. If we could start with S339, if I'm going to ask you.
And I know I said it yesterday, but another round of applause for the state not. The state could bring up all the heart-wrenching stuff. I mean, in this they could have pulled on our every heartstrings. They could have done exactly what Uvalde, prosecutors did to us. This case is just as heartbreaking and just as thoughtless when you think of the innocence that was slaughtered, literally slaughtered. And yet they haven't. They have kept it so completely professional. They have kept it. No, he didn't use multiple knives, but one side of the knife was very much caked in debris from the fire. So they did take a swab from the side of the handle that was caked in debris, a side of the handle that wasn't, just to be thorough. So it seems like he only used one knife from the family's butcher block. But I really have to say that I have been very grateful that the state has been so completely measured. And I think in their restraint, it really honors the horror of this because they just kind of show you the evidence. And you see the horror. They don't have to, bring crying people in front of us. In their restraint, it's so much more poignant when we see those, pictures of the little handprint.
You recognize that?
I have never seen the FDA cards before.
Okay, so they didn't come to you. They went straight to DNA, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Got it, okay, so I will take those back. Now, when they go to DNA, when they're submitted, are they submitted in the same area that the other evidence is submitted?
Yes, all evidence comes in through the evidence receiving unit and then is stored in the vault.
Okay, so just to be clear, actually, let's look at your report. If you could, please turn to S439. What number does that your report start with?
Number 5.
Number 5. And just to be clear, the reason the FTA cards or the buccal swabs wouldn't come to you is because it's pretty clear that there's DNA on it, so there's no testing for you to perform.
Correct. It's a known sample. I only analyze evidence that questioned.
Okay. I'm showing counsel, and I will show you S314, 315, 316, and 317. I'm going to ask you, again, if you could, to take a look at S439.
S439, yes.
And what is that?
That's the laboratory report that I authored for C18-10138 dated November 26, 2018.
Okay, and was that peer reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and in particular, what number does your lab report start with?
5.
5, okay. And 5 corresponds to what?
Per S410, 5 is a swab of handle from knife.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, and I just showed you up there, if you can please look at S314 first. And what is that?
This is laboratory number 8.
Okay, and in particular, do you know what that is?
It is listed as a swab of blade of knife on the packaging.
Okay, and is it listed as A?
Adhesive marker A, yes.
S315, what is that?
This is laboratory number 6, and it is listed as a swab of blade of knife, adhesive marker B.
S316?
This is item number 7, and it is listed as swab of handle of knife, adhesive marker C.
Okay, and S317, please.
This is laboratory number 5, And it is listed as swab of handle of knife, adhesive marker D.
Okay, and the unique laboratory number that is on your report is what?
C18-10138.
And is that same unique laboratory number on each of those swabs that you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay, so when we're dealing with, when we hear the number ending in 38, we're dealing with the cold snap scene, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at S439, which is your report. Now, which items on there did you perform testing on?
I performed testing on all the items on the report.
Okay, in particular, can you take us through the report starting with item 5?
I performed the Castlemeyer test on item number 5.
And what were the results of that?
I was unable to detect any potential blood on it, but a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
Okay. How about number 6?
Number 6 was also tested for the presumptive test for blood. The results were not detected and did not forward a sample to DNA at that time.
Number 7?
7 was tested for potential blood. It was not detected, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And number 9? I'm sorry, number 8.
Number 8 was tested for potential blood. It was not detected, and no sample was sent to DNA at that time.
Okay, so just to be clear, 5 and 7, number 5 corresponds to, is it S314 evidence marker A?
Number 5?
Yeah.
Number 5 corresponds to adhesive marker D, which is S317.
And this is not at all out of the realm of possibility. This knife had actually been very close to, I believe, the final victim, Jesse, or possibly Jennifer, but it was covered in debris. It had been through not only the fire, but also the fire remediation. So all of that water, there was gunk all over it. But I do think that they might find DNA on it, because we have the technology now to take little infinitesimal amounts of DNA and have it repeat and replicate to the point that we have enough in that sample to test. Well, I think they have enough. The fact that they didn't really get any blood samples off of the knife, I don't think is a death knell to the state by any means. I think it's pretty logical to realize that, yeah, maybe, there wouldn't be anything. Now, if they were able to, in the lab, open the handle, there might have been some blood or DNA that actually stayed in the handle bit, depending on how they were made. So I think it will be interesting to see if there was anything more on there that she couldn't detect, because it was sent forward to DNA.
Got it. And how about item number 7? What does that correspond to in terms of the S number?
The S number, S316.
Okay. Now, when you say you forwarded portions of those swabs to DNA, did you have to cut those swabs?
Yes.
Okay. So did number 5 become 5-1?
It did.
And 7 became 7-1?
For the portions that went to DNA, yes.
Okay. Now, what is number 9 listed as?
A knife.
I'm going to show you in council what's been marked as S313. Do you recognize the markings on this box?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is laboratory number 9 for C18-10138.
What, if anything, and actually I can refer you, and I should have asked you this, so I apologize, S443A, if you can look at that and just tell us what that is.
I only have S443, not an A on here.
There should be a tab on there that says A.
Oh, sorry. Got it.
What is that?
That is page 1 of my laboratory case notes.
Okay, now, what, if anything, do you note about the dimensions of that knife that you examined?
I have the dimensions as approximately 7.5 inches by 1.5 inches for the blade, and approximately 5.5 inches by 1.25 inches for the handle.
Okay, now even though the prosecutor's office took swabs of that knife and submitted them to you, did you take your own swabs?
Yes.
How many?
I did 3 swabs from the blade and 1 swab from the handle.
Okay, so 9-1, is that a swab that you took from the blade?
Yes.
Was Kesselmeyer performed on that?
Yes.
What were the results?
I got an inconclusive result.
Okay, and nonetheless, was half of that swab cut and did it become 911?
It did.
Was that sent over to DNA?
Yes.
What is 9-2?
Another sample from the blade.
Was Kesselmeyer performed?
It was.
And what were the results?
That was inconclusive as well.
Okay, and was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
Did that become 9-2-1?
Yes.
How about 9-3?
9-3 was another sample from the blade.
Was Kesselmeyer performed?
Yes.
What was that?
That was also inconclusive.
Okay, and was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
And did that become 9-3-1?
It did.
And how about 9-4?
9-4 was a swabbing of the handle.
Okay.
Yes, which does kind of indicate that maybe he really did not bring enough magazines or freedom seeds because it appeared to be a weapon of opportunity. It was there in the butcher block and he took it. He might have assumed, again, I think he assumed, like many people who've never crimed before, that fire was going to destroy everything, that the police were going to, you know, come upon a scene with people burned beyond recognition, maybe assume that, Keith had shady business, connections, and they weren't going to look into it too deep. And Paul's house was going to go kablooey, and, all of that evidence was going to be, completely gone. So I think Paul really thought that, he was going to get away with this. He didn't assume that the investigators were going to be so tenacious that they would sift through debris in this huge burned house to find evidence and, spotted this knife.
And was that for E-cells?
Yes.
Okay. And was Kesselmeyer performed on that?
Yes.
And what was the results?
Not detected.
And was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
To become 9-4-1?
Yes.
You got baby puke green perfectly. I don't know who the hell made that tie, but you paid too much for whatever you paid, even if you got it for free. That is a terrible color.
I'm just going to take this back from you. $450 and $457. And we'll start with S411. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139, and it is dated 11/23/18.
Okay, and so 3-9, that means we're dealing with which scene?
Ocean Township.
Okay, and when were those items dropped off? You may have said it, I'm sorry.
November 23rd, 2018.
And who were those items dropped off by?
Detective Nicholas Candelona.
And what are the items listed as?
There were 8 items submitted. Would you like me to explain each one?
Please.
Item number 1 was a burnt nitrile glove from scene 1, which is listed as 27 Tilton Drive. Item number 2 is a swab of biological staining from the left side front door frame, also scene 1. Number 3 was a swab from biological staining from foyer wall, which is scene 1. Item number 4 is gray fleece sweatshirt from scene 1. Item number 5 was pile charred clothing from scene 1. Item number 6 was pile of charred articles from scene 1. Item number 7 was a bandage from a cup holder from scene 2, which is indicated as a vehicle with registration plate NJ-DCJ3105.
Now, did you start off your testing, well, I'll ask you, which item did you start your testing with?
There was one more item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Item number 8 was a piece of a black glove, also from scene 2, that vehicle.
Thank you. Which of these items did you start your testing with?
I'd have to refer to the laboratory case notes.
Okay, so I'm gonna refer you to S457, tab A, if you could. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Tab A is the first page of my laboratory case notes for C18-10139.
Okay, and does it indicate what you started with in terms of which item?
Yes.
Which one?
Item number 6, the pile of articles from scene 1.
Okay, so you started with 6. I'm gonna come back to that. I wanna ask you about a couple of other items. So if we could start with item number 1, could you just tell us what was that?
Referring to S411, the evidence sheet, item number 1 was the burnt nitrile glove.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to take a look at S450, your report. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what's the date on there?
11/26/2018.
Is that the date you performed your testing?
The testing compiled of several days. I started the analysis on November 23rd, 2018, and finished it on November 26th, 2018.
Okay, and item 1 on your report is what?
The burnt glove.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S156. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is item number 1 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
And that laboratory case number is on there?
It is.
Okay.
I really appreciate the way the state has packaged all the evidence. So if the jury wants to go back and say, hey, can we look at the glove? They can all look at it, they can all inspect it, and it's not going to bother any of the evidence. Because I know I would be Twitter-pated that we'd like break the evidence if I were on the jury. So I like that they've made the packaging such that they can see the chain of evidence, but they can also look at the evidence that they need or the item without, opening the packages, maybe being worried about any contamination.
What did you do with this particular piece of evidence?
Referring to S57, which is my laboratory case notes. And it's still within tab A. I swabbed the entire item as best as possible due to the condition. It was difficult for potential E-cells. I also tested that for potential blood. I wasn't, I got a not detected reaction. I wasn't able to detect any blood on that item, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and the portion that became forwarded to DNA, did that become 111?
Exactly.
Okay. If you could look on your report at item 7, and just tell us what that is.
Item number 7 on the report
Yes.
is a bandage from scene 2.
Okay, and what did you do with that bandage?
I did the presumptive test for blood on it. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a piece to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and just to be clear, is that the bandage that was in the cup holder of the car?
Yes.
And did that become 711 when it got sent to DNA?
Yes.
What is item 8 on your report?
Item number 8 is a piece of glove from scene 2, the vehicle.
I'm going to show you, just have to find it, what's been marked as S230.
Whoever, the 2 interns, or if they're just lower state attorneys, they have done a phenomenal job having everything ready for the
Do you
state.
recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is item number 8, laboratory case number C18-10139.
Okay, is that the small piece of the glove?
Yes.
How do you describe that in your notes?
Referring to S57, I indicate it as one small, approximately 1 1/4 inch by 1 5/8 inch piece of black material, possible piece of a glove.
What did you do with that item?
I swabbed the entire item with one swab. I did the presumptive test for blood. I got a positive reaction, and then I forwarded a piece of that swab to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that become 811, the swab that you forwarded to DNA, or a piece of the swab?
Yes.
Take that back from you. If you could on your report tell us what item 2 is.
Item number 2 is
Frodo, we have to get to Brooklyn. You know, I don't know. I'm just glad no one else has decided to take the sweater set like Paul.
a swab.
And specifically, does that correspond on the evidence property receipt with a further description?
Yes.
What is
Left side of front door frame.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do with that swab?
I did the presumptive test for blood on that swab. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a piece onto DNA for further testing.
And did that piece become 2-1?
It did.
How about item 3? What is that?
Item number 3 was another swab, and referring to S411, that was from the foyer wall. I did the presumptive test for blood on that swab as well, got a positive reaction, and forwarded that onto DNA for further testing.
And did that become 3-1?
Yes.
What about item number 4? What is that?
Item number 4 is a sweatshirt from scene 1.
Okay, and was anything done with that?
I did not analyze that item.
Okay, and just if you could tell the jury why, like why wouldn't you analyze a particular item?
The laboratory does the analysis for the entire state of New Jersey, so we employ case management, and not every item in a case can get analyzed at a given time. We know we can always go back and do more analysis if deemed necessary.
Now, when you looked at that item, or when it came to, was there any obvious staining or anything like that on it?
On the sweatshirt?
Yes.
I'm going to refer to S457, my laboratory case notes. I did not open that evidence at that time.
Understood, okay. Now, I want to discuss items 5 and 6 with you. How are they labeled on that evidence receipt, starting with 5?
5 was listed as a pile of charred clothing.
Okay, with potential biological staining?
Yes.
Okay, and item 6 is listed as what?
Pile of charred articles with biological staining.
Okay, and I think you said you examined pile 6 first, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and again, we're talking about, this item comes from the, Ocean Township scene, is that right?
Yes.
What condition was item 6 submitted to you in?
Referring to the laboratory case notes, I indicated that they were submitted wet.
Okay, and were the items, what if anything further did you note about the items?
That they were charred, potentially burnt. They were burnt together, potentially melted, and they were all in a pile.
Okay, what did you do with that pile?
I separated it as best as possible.
Now, were there certain items that you were able to separate from the pile that you then labeled with a sub number?
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, that whole pile is item 6, is that right?
Yes.
And then what did you label as item 6-1?
Pair of jeans.
How about 6-2?
6-2 was a t-shirt.
6-3?
6-3 were gloves.
How do you list them in your notes, I should say?
In my notes, 6-3 is indicated as 2 gloves, 1 inside the other, 3 individual gloves, and 1 partial glove.
Okay, do you know something about their color?
No, I have to hear that all
Referring
day.
to page 1 of your notes on S457A.
I had several black examination style gloves.
Okay. Where were they found specifically?
In the pile of articles in number 6.
Okay. 6-4 is what?
A live round?
A live round of ammunition?
Yes.
Where was that found?
Within that pile of articles.
Okay, and 6-5 is what?
The remainder of the articles that were in that pile that was submitted.
Okay, and did you leave those to dry?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S232. Showing council. Showing you what's been marked as S232. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these.
Okay, I get what the state was trying to go with here, trying to show, to demonstrate that all of these things came from the same pile, but at some point, cut it into two piles so you can actually, you know, have it and, move around with it and not be ungainly. I think she has really thick tights on, I would hope. Otherwise, I don't know how she's doing it.
One second, I'm sorry.
Okay, male state attorney, could you maybe get up there and help her hold something? Instead of opening candy wrappers every 5 seconds?
The yellow sticker.
Finally. I will say this is the first time the state has
Do you
seen...
recognize these?
I do.
Okay, and what are these?
This is item number 6-1, so the pile of articles is number 6. This is the genes that I self-sampled as 6-1 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
Okay, I'm gonna leave these here for a moment. We'll talk about them. Now, you refer in your notes, I'm going to refer you to S457H2. How did you note that this item looked when it came to you?
I indicated that it was submitted in a charred, semi-burnt condition with rips and tears present.
I'm going to refer you to where you say Levi's brand. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read all of that?
One pair of jeans, Levi's brand, no size legible, submitted in a charred, semi-burnt condition, rips, tears present, orange-brown and red-brown staining present.
Okay. And do you indicate that the rear of the jeans have several large tears?
Further down in my notes, yes.
Okay, and you indicate that there are 5 areas of staining?
I indicated that I tested 5 areas of staining, yes.
Now, do you actually take samples from 6 different areas on these jeans?
I did stain testing on 5 of them and then an epithelial or skin cell swabbing on the 6th area.
Okay, and did each sample that you took then become a sub-number?
It did.
Okay, so 6-1 is the jeans, right?
Yes.
And then the sample, the first sample would be 6-1-1, is that right?
Yes.
Did you perform the Kastle-Meyer test on each of the areas of staining on the jeans, each of the 5 areas that you sampled?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the results of those?
I got positive reactions for the 5 areas on the front of the jeans that I tested and then 1 on the rear.
Now, the areas that you tested on the jeans, did you mark those areas from where you took the samples with anything?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
White China marker?
Okay, and did you also put little tags on there?
Yes.
And did those tags contain the sub-numbers?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna hold up. Can you just show the jury, if you can take us through what each of your tags are where you tested?
Sure. Is it okay if I stand?
Absolutely, go ahead.
So 6-1 is indicated on the tag here, and there's an outline in white. 6-1-2 is this lower area outlined in white. 6-1-3 is this area on the right side, upper thigh area. 6-1-4 is this lower area on the left side. And then 6-1-5 is on the back. In the back, on here.
Thank you.
Well, Paul, you really ripped an ass out of that jeans. No, that is, look, Paul is no one wants fashion advice from Paul. Oh. Kim K, I know you listened to my roast and I know you're internally crying, but could you get a coloring book for your defendant so he isn't, grossly staring at the witness or being just generally creepy? Not that I want to help you when you're doing such an obviously terrible job, but at this point, it's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. It's just not fun anymore.
If you could take a look at S450, which is your report in this case. 611, which you showed us, what is that staining from?
Front left thigh area.
Okay, and did you take a sample from there?
I did.
Did that become 6111?
Yes.
And was that sent to DNA?
Yes.
How about 612? What is that?
Staining front left shin area.
Did you take a sample from there?
Yes.
And did that become 6121?
Yes.
Was that sent to DNA?
Yes.
How about 613? What is that?
Front right thigh area.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
I got the positive reaction for the Castlemeyer test, and a portion was submitted to DNA.
Did that become 6131?
It did.
How about 614?
It was staining from the front right shin area.
Okay, and did you take a sample from there?
Yes.
Was that sent to DNA? And
Yes.
did that become 6141?
Yes.
How about 615?
That was the staining from the rear left calf area.
What did you do with that?
They got the positive reaction for the Castlemeyer test, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 615?
Yes.
Now finally, what is 616?
That was a swabbing of the inside waistband to try and collect any potential epithelial or skin cells to determine who may have worn the jeans.
And was a portion of that sent to DNA?
Yes.
Did that become 6161?
Yes.
Thank you. Now what is item 62 on your report?
A t-shirt that was found in that pile of articles.
If your foundation is making you itch, it's not the right foundation. Also, don't layer it on like you have primer and spackle. Women in theory should have pores. I mean, ma'am, you're a beautiful woman. You don't actually have to spackle it on to where you barely have features.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S231E.
Maybe the air is really dry.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is item 6-2 for laboratory case number C1E-10139.
Now, are there also tags on this item as well?
Yes.
Can you just indicate where those tags are and what the numbers are?
There is one tag in the upper right shoulder area that is indicating that is 6-2-1. I got a positive reaction for the Castlemeyer test in that area. And then there's another tag in the manufacturer's information area with the laboratory case number, item number, and my initials.
Okay, now did 621 up here, did part of that go to DNA?
Yes.
And did it become 6211?
Yes.
And then the swabbing that you performed for the E-cells in the collar, is that what you said?
I didn't say that, but I did
sorry.
perform a swabbing of the inside collar to determine who may have worn that shirt as well.
Okay. And in particular, did you send a portion of that to DNA?
I did.
And was that 6221?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some gloves that you had indicated that you found. And I'm going to refer you to, in particular, 6-3. Do you see that on your report?
Yes.
Are those the gloves that you had described as black examination style gloves?
Yes.
Okay. And if you need to refer to S457A, page 2 of your notes, feel free. But how many gloves were there in total?
There were 5 gloves and 1 partial glove.
Okay. How did they come?
There was 1 glove inside of another, so 2 gloves, one inside the other, and then 3 individual gloves, and then the partial glove.
The partial glove, was it the
I wonder if they were actually taken off the way that nurses do to keep a field sterile. Because I used to work at a clinical office, so I was taught the correct way by a nurse practitioner how to take off gloves. Now, do I remember it right now off the top of my head? No. But it would be interesting to see how Paul actually took off the gloves. Now, under his assumption that all of this was going to go kablooey, he probably didn't do it in the most careful way.
Fingers only?
That's what I indicated, yes.
I'm going to show you S233 and S234. I'm going to show you first what has been marked as S233. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
These are the two gloves that were received inside each other. These two gloves became 6-3-1, and then they were separated out as to 6-3-1-1 and 6-3-1-2.
Okay. Now the other gloves, did you do anything with those?
One of the other gloves I did, and then the, no, excuse me, I did not do anything else with the other gloves.
Okay. So the only gloves that you performed testing on were the 2 and S233, is that right?
Correct.
Judge, permission to just publish this to the jury?
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, the two gloves up there, S233, that you indicated one came inside of the other, is that right?
Yes.
What item do they correspond to on your report?
On my report, they correspond to item 6-3-1, and then they were further subsampled out as to 6-3-1-1 and 6-3-1-2.
Okay, so did one of those gloves become 6-3-1-1?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that one. What, if anything, did you note about that glove in your report or your notes?
Referring to my notes, which is S457, I indicated that 6-3-1-1 had staining that covered approximately 95% of the outside as I separated it.
Was Castlemeyer performed on that?
Yes.
And what were the results?
I got a positive reaction.
And what, if anything, did you do with that glove?
I removed an area of the staining with one swab. That became 6-3-1-1, and then a portion of that was forwarded on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and that portion became 6-3-1-1-1, right?
Yes,
Okay. Did you swab the inside of that glove as well?
I did.
Okay, and did you perform the Castlemeyer test?
Yes.
What were the results?
I was not able to detect any blood on that swabbing, but a portion was forwarded on for potential skin cells.
And did that become 6-3-1-1-2-1?
The portion that went to DNA, yes.
Okay. Now, if you can show us which glove we are talking about, just so we have an idea.
This glove to your left is the 6-3-1-1, and the area that I removed staining from is outlined in white.
Thank you. Now,
See, the state is so professional because I would have had both gloves doing this. No reason. Look how professional the state is. Because I would have had them doing deuces. Yeah. You would think that the state would be doing everything possible to make this as easy for the jurors to understand, and I do understand the process by which it goes through all the lab, but it is kind of hard to, as they subsection things, if you're not very quick on writing those down, to kind of remember which thing was subsection from which thing to this thing. can be a little confusing. So I hope that in their closing statement, they tie it all together in a very, very, neat package, because I think they can absolutely do that. But this part of it, the kind of this lab person did this and handed it off to this, is a bit hard to kind of understand unless you've been watching trials, and especially in a case where there is so much evidence that they had to do batch work on it. I hope that they are able to kind of not tie it neatly together in a bow.
Other glove that's on there, 6-3-1-2. Was there any obvious staining on that?
No, I indicated that there was no obvious staining.
Was that the glove that was inside of the other one?
I believe so, yes.
What, if anything, did you do with that glove?
I swabbed it for potential skin cells. I did the Castlemeyer test on that. I got a positive reaction week and forwarded a portion on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that portion become 6-3-1-2-1-1?
What went to DNA? Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna take this.
Really, Paul, you could look like you're, I don't know, paying attention, doing multiplication numbers in your head.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S241. Showing.
I recognize our laboratory barcode on it, yes, but I don't believe I saw this packaging before.
Okay. What is the number on the laboratory barcode?
It's item number 6-4 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
And what item does that correspond to on your evidence receipt? Not your evidence receipt, your report, I'm sorry.
The live round that was found within that pile of articles.
Was there a head stamp that you note on that live round that was found in the pile of articles?
Yes.
And what was that?
I indicated it as, referring to S457, my laboratory case notes. I indicated it as 10 GFL 10 9/19.
Okay, and what, if anything, was done with that?
I repackaged it into manila envelopes and preserved it for potential ballistics evidence. I did no analysis at that time.
Did you make a phone call to anyone to advise them of that?
I believe so.
Is that somebody from the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
Now, S231, item 6-5 on your report, what is that?
Miscellaneous articles.
What, if anything, did you do with those?
I did not do any analysis on those articles.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S.
Even the trial stream is like, we're done. Can we be done? The jury is looking at the judge like, short of taking a Polaroid selfie next to the victims, can we be done now?
231C, showing counsel, and then S231D.
Oh Lord, not ponytail Tristan.
Recognize these?
Yes.
And are those miscellaneous articles?
Yes.
Can you just explain to us how this was found in regard to the jeans when the pile came to you? Do you remember?
Everything was received in one packaging. That yellow plastic piece, everything was connected as one item. So I separated it out as best as possible into the 5 sub-samples that are issued on my report and just pulled apart everything that I potentially could.
Thank you. Now, at some point, was some further testing done to the jeans by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to leave those up there with you. starting with S 349. Do you recognize that?
S349.
Yes.
This is another evidence receipt from the ballistics unit for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay, and how about S 440? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored dated 11/28/2018 for C18-10138.
Okay, so 38, are we talking about evidence that was taken from the cold snap scene?
Yes.
Do you have S 443B up, or 443 up there with you? I think you might have had it from before, your notes.
443?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, and those notes, are they, specifically subsection B, do those notes go along with this particular report, S 440?
Yes.
Now, what is the date of?
I have been impressed with the state, but them jumping back and forth from different crime scenes. I wish they had organized the evidence such that all could be, this could all be the Paul's house, and then this could all be the Keith's house, to make it easier on the jury. However, maybe they're due to timelines or what have you, it just didn't work out that way. But anything to make it easier on the jury, especially when you had so much evidence, the state should do.
Your report?
November 28th, 2018.
Okay. And does a swab come to you from the ballistics unit?
Yes.
And what is that swab from?
It is a swab for E-cells from item number 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, and 21.
And what are those items that you just listed?
Referring to the evidence receipt, which is S349, those are cartridge casings from the property, the grass, and different areas of that location.
In cold snap?
Correct.
Now, do you perform any testing on that?
On the swab, no. I cut a portion and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
Okay. And in particular, that swab is a swab, one swab of each of those items that you listed?
Correct.
And that swab, or that portion that you cut to send to DNA, is that 13-1-1?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S350 and S451. Start with S451. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored for C18-10139, dated November 28th, 2018.
All right, 39. Now, what scene are we talking about?
Ocean Township.
Okay. And what is S350?
S350 is a evidence receipt from the ballistics unit for C18-10139.
Now, let me ask you, what does your serology report S451 indicate?
That I analyzed a swab for E-cells number 15-1.
Okay, so number 15 on that evidence property receipt, what is that item?
Item number 15 is a semi-automatic handgun Sig Sauer P228 SN B233959.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do with that swab of that handgun that came from ballistics?
I cut a portion of that swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
Did it become 15-1-1?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S442. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
A laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated January 17th, 2019.
Okay, now, if I could refer you to S349, which we just previously discussed. Do you have that up there?
What was the state number?
I'm sorry, S349.
349. Yes.
Okay. Now, on your report, does it list instant item that was sent to you?
My report, yes, 10-1.
Okay, and what was 10-1?
A swab for E-cells.
Now, on that evidence property receipt, what is item 10 that was swabbed?
A cartridge from the paved deck.
Okay, and again, this is number, it ends in 38,
Yes,
so we're talking about the cul-de-sac scene, is that right?
yes.
Okay, so
Okay,
there's a
so-
cartridge from the paved deck.
That would be the cartridge that they put under that evidence cone when they were still trying to get, see if victims were still inside, things like that. That was the cartridge that they put under that big traffic cone. And then maybe they were possibly able to get skin cells. I would actually be shocked. I mean, that skin cells, let's hypothetically say that Paul was the one putting the cartridges into the magazine, that skin cells would actually stay after the kind of explosive forces that are involved in a force multiplier. I mean, if they did, it seems like even God and physics wanted this man to pay for what he'd done.
There.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do with the swab 10-1?
I cut a portion of that swab and submitted it to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that become 10-1-1?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S412 and.
Can I just go back for 1 second? Slane, can you go to S442 for a second?
442?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Just to discuss it. Can you tell me the date of that report?
Yes, it is January 17th, 2019.
2019. Okay, thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S413 and 4. I'm going to show you S412 first and S242. Let me show you what's been marked as S412. Do you recognize this?
This is a laboratory receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139 with a submission date of November 27, 2018.
Okay, and what in particular is listed on there?
It is a buccal swab from suspect Paul Caneiro.
Okay, now you didn't actually receive that buccal swab, right?
Correct.
Was that sent directly to DNA?
I assume so, yes.
Showing you S413. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is an evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated December 6, 2018.
And what is listed on there?
It is a buccal swab from Sean Edson.
Okay, and again, you didn't actually get that buccal swab, right?
Correct.
I went right to DNA.
I assume so, yes.
Well, is that what it normally does?
It would, yes.
Now, was approval obtained to perform additional serological testing on other areas of the genes, item 6-1?
Yes.
And were those areas of the genes that were not previously tested?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S454, showing counsel. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated January 17, 2019.
Now, do you have S457 up there with you still? I believe you do.
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, I would just refer you, if you need to, your notes are subsection C.
Okay.
Now, on S454, your report, in particular, how many more areas of those genes were tested by you?
I tested 2 additional areas for potential blood and forwarded those samples to DNA for further testing. And I swabbed different areas to try and isolate potential epithelial or skin cells.
Okay, so on your report, what is the first item there that's listed that you tested?
Staining front left thigh area.
And does that correlate to 6-1-7?
Yes.
Did you submit a portion of that? I think you said you did, but did you submit a portion of that to DNA?
Yes.
Did that portion become 6-1-7-1?
Yes.
Okay. And just by the way, I should have asked you earlier, but is it swabs that you're taking, or are you doing something else to those areas?
For the staining, I take a small portion of the staining on a sterile swab in the laboratory to do my Kastle-Meyer testing, and then a portion is actually cut out of the genes and forwarded to DNA for their testing.
Okay. And then, what is 6-1-8?
Staining from the front right shin area.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do with that?
I got the positive reaction for the Kastle-Meyer test, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1-8-1?
Yes.
And how about 6-1-9?
I did a swabbing of the inside pockets and knee areas to try and collect any potential skin cells from who may have worn or used the jeans, and did the Kastle-Meyer test on that swabbing. I was not able to detect any blood, but a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1?
And I think that's going to be significant that she didn't catch any potential blood, because I do think that the defense has some areas of attack that they could go with this evidence, especially the evidence that was kind of in the burnt pile. If you remember, it was kind of frozen together, and the thought was to move it to the garage to try to thaw it a little bit to unstick it. Then that thought kind of changed, and they took it to the lab so it could be in a more controlled environment. And I do think that the defense, if they are competent, they might go with, well, was it anything put on the garage floor? Now, I do believe that the one gentleman in charge with evidence did say that there was a barrier put on the garage floor when they were trying to thaw or defrost it. But then you also have the kind of, well, it was a Hail Mary in the Brian Walsh case, but you do have the fact that all of these clothes were amalgamated together and water was added. So was there any cross-contamination? Now, where both of these run into issues is that, yes, there could have been cross-contamination between the items all in the pile, but why would you have blood of your niece and nephew anywhere near your house? You could get away if the DNA of the niece and nephew were skin cells, but the fact that it's blood, I didn't say they were good angles of attack. I will just be interested if they even make the kind of logical, cognitive, competent arguments. But I think that the state, for the most part, has forestalled any of this cross-contamination issue by making sure that there were different case numbers for each crime scene, so that the items even accidentally wouldn't be cross-contaminating because they are considered a different case. So I didn't say they were really good things, but there are some, maybe procedural attacks that they could do on this evidence.
9-1?
Yes.
Okay. And then is there an item listed on there, 6-4-1?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a swab of the live round.
Okay, and the live round, are we talking about that was found in the jeans earlier?
It was found in the pile of articles.
Okay, understood. And did you do any testing with that swab?
No, I cut a portion of that swab for DNA for their testing.
Now, do you know who took that swab of that live round? What unit?
It was somebody in the ballistics or the state police CSI unit.
Now, did the portion of that swab that you cut for DNA testing become 6-4-1-1?
Yes.
Now, finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S414 and S414. As well as S446.
Ponytail, why the hell isn't your laptop all the way open? Look, the state is not going to be stealing any of your talking points, sir, so you can open it fully. I can promise you that no one is stealing the answers off of your homework.
We could start with S414. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is an evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated February 25th, 2020.
Okay, and how many items are listed on there? If you could tell us the numbers.
There are 5 items, laboratory numbers 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Okay, and who delivered those items on February 25th of 2020?
Detective Stephen Boat.
And again, I know you said it, but the lab number on there, your unique lab number, is that 10138?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the cold snack scene.
Yes.
Can you just read each of those items on that evidence property receipt to tell us what they say?
Laboratory 28 is DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. 29 is DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of that same address. Item number 30 is DNA swab of reddish stain from south side of kitchen island of the same address. Item number 31 is DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal and that same address. Item number 32 is DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen and the same address.
Now, on your report, let me ask you if you could take a look at S444. Do you recognize that?
S444, yes.
And what is that?
That is a laboratory report that I authored.
Thank you, Wolfram, for your Modly Mod duties, and I hope you have a wonderful lunch.
For C18-10138, dated March 9th of 2020.
Okay, and do the items that you just read on that evidence property receipt correspond to items listed that you tested on your report?
Yes.
So item 28 on your report is what?
Item 28 is the swab of the reddish stain from the door frame in between the foyer and the kitchen.
Show me council S334, 335, 336, 337, and 338. Okay, I'm approaching you with those items. I'm just going to leave them here for a moment. But if you can just, I'm sorry, go down the line. So you indicated item 28. What is item 29 in your report?
Look, state prosecuting attorney, look, I don't tell people what to do with their sugar. Look, I have a pile full of gummy nerds on my desk, for emotional support. But if you notice, when I put things in my mouth hole or near the microphone, I mute it. Hell, I sometimes unintentionally mute myself. Please, follow courtesy.
29 is the DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen.
Okay, how about item 30?
30 is a swab of the reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island.
How about 31?
31 is the swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal.
And how about item 32?
32 is a swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen.
Now, up there with you, you have S334. I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is laboratory number 28 for C18-10138.
Okay, and does that correspond to the swab of the door frame from the kitchen?
Between the foyer and the kitchen.
Sir, could you look any less bothered by the fact that, look, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that this is your nephew's blood, that was just smeared over everything. And then, when his little body curled up and he was just trying to protect himself, we have a stain imprint. Like, the fact that the state has been so, again, restrained makes those stains so much more horrifying. There were, people that were like, hey, y'all, the stains, I'm out. And I was almost there with them. those stains are heartbreaking. And for him to sit there like a damn reptilian, looking like Hillary Clinton, couldn't be bothered, you should have taken a plea deal, you absolute schmuck.
How about S335? Do you recognize that?
No, I'm out. I am out. No. I say no. Again, no. Oh, gosh.
Yes.
What is that?
This is laboratory number 29.
Okay, and does that correspond to the sample of the scraping from the door frame from your foyer in the kitchen?
Yes.
How about S336? Do you recognize that one?
Yes.
What is that?
This is item number 30, which is the swab of the kitchen island south side.
Okay. And how about S337?
This is item number 31, which is a swab of the lower kitchen cabinet north side of the kitchen.
Okay, S338.
S338 is item number 32, which is the swab of the pull-out drawer just below the sink of the north side of the kitchen.
Now on each of those, S334 through 338, is your unique lab number on each of those?
Yes.
Now of those 5 samples that the prosecutor's office sent to you, how many of those did the lab choose to test?
I analyzed one.
One, okay. Now, how do you determine which one you're going to analyze?
I analyzed the one that was marked A by the prosecutor's office.
Okay, so that is A. And now, if Detective Vogt had taken 10 more samples from all around the kitchen and sent them to you, would you have tested all 10 of them?
No.
Why not?
It goes back to that case management that I spoke of earlier, where we have limited resources and can always go back and do more testing.
Now let's talk about the one that you did test, item 28, the swab of the door frame from the foyer in the kitchen. What did you do with that?
I performed the Castlemeyer test on that swab. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a portion on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that portion that you forwarded it, was that 28-1?
Yes.
Lastly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S416, S447, and S449, and that's your process. Now, were any items resubmitted to the lab for testing on June 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And what were those items?
There was item number 6 and item number 8 from laboratory case number C18-10138.
All right, I'm going to ask if you can look at S416 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the laboratory receipt for C18-10138 dated June 7th of 2023.
Okay, and what are the items listed on there?
Item 6 and item 8.
Okay, and in particular, you know what, let me ask you this. If you can look at S447, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10138 dated June 27th, 2023.
And finally, S449, what is that?
These are the laboratory case notes that I generated for the testing dated 6/26/23, which correlates to the 6/27/23 report.
Okay, now on your report, what are items 6 and 8?
Swabs from the scene.
Okay, are they swabs in particular from the blade of a knife?
Yes.
Okay, and are those the swabs that were not initially tested from that blade that you discussed earlier?
They were the swabs that I did not initially forward to DNA.
Understood, okay. And was it agreed that those would be retested or re-forwarded?
It was agreed that they would be submitted to DNA.
What did you do with item 6?
I cut a portion of the swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
And did that become 6-1?
Yes.
And then how about item 8? What did you do with that?
I cut a portion of that swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
Thank you.
Now, what's probably going to come forward in the DNA testing, at least from Paul's home, is that there was a blood stain on the door and the front foyer entrance. That was from one of the volunteer firefighters. He did give a blood standard, so that is going to come back to one of the first responders. And I think that's going to go very much toward the validity and this being a full and comprehensive investigation, that they went to actually eliminate an unknown blood source at Paul's house. You know, tracked down all the first responders, asked if anyone had gotten hurt on their little mittens, and took a standard from that person that said, "Oh, I got cut there," and actually did the standard, tested the blood stains from Paul's house, and found that they were that first responder. So, again, the defense's kind of opening statement that the state just immediately focused on Paul was laughable at the opening statement level, and continues to just gain in absurdity the more we see of how thorough and detailed this investigation was. Oh, Lord. See what the defense has to say.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, cross.
Tiny baby Jesus, make the ponytail man make sense. Don't make him hurt my brain.
So, okay, what you were doing in this case obviously was cataloging the evidence that you were getting in from the prosecutor's office, correct?
I was analyzing the evidence for potential biological fluids.
And specifically, you were looking in a lot of cases here for blood, right?
Yes.
And obviously, this is a screening tool that the lab uses to determine if there's biological materials on an item and further testing is warranted, right?
Yes.
Now, the presence of blood would not be enough, obviously, to indicate that a particular individual touched an item, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure.
The evidence of blood would not indicate that an individual had touched an item. I feel like I need that Julia Roberts meme where it's her thinking hard with a bunch of math stuff behind her head. No, the Locard principle is in fact does mean that because there is blood, it actually touched something. In fact, that's the basis of all modern forensic, the Locard principle, that whenever two objects meet, there is transfer of some sort. How are you an attorney?
This process that you're talking about is called serology, right?
Yes.
And serology is the determination of whether biological material is on an item, correct?
Yes.
And the biological material we're talking about could be blood, but it could also be saliva or things like that, right?
Correct. It depends.
Go ahead.
The tests that I perform in the laboratory are specific to the body fluid that I'm analyzing that evidence for.
Okay. Because the different tests produce...
She's got tests, and she knows how to use them. It doesn't matter what you say, even if it's a fluid or a sputum. I love that she looks like she could not be bothered. She would rather be at the DMV or getting a colonoscopy. And I love her for that face.
They have different reagents that do different things on the item, correct?
Yes.
Because there's different chemicals in saliva than, say, there is in blood, right?
That we're testing for, yes.
Right. Now, these are obviously, we should say, presumptive tests, right?
Correct.
These are not confirmatory tests.
Correct.
Now, the difference between a presumptive test and a confirmatory test is that a confirmatory test confirms that the substance is...
Yes, Cletus, in the words of the late, great saint of all reason and logic, George Carlin, please, let's stick with the language we all agreed on. They're different, denoted by the different words that we use. Presumptive means that we presume. Like we tried to presume that Paul was innocent, and then the state has shown us evidence. Now, confirmatory is when the jury comes back and says he's mother effing guilty. Oh, for the love of Cheetos. All right, we've done, I thought, I gave him a chance to ask logical questions because I thought there were points that maybe they could actually possibly, if not correctly, show doubt, but that was a hope too far. Oh Lord.
You as well.
Not indicative of that glove being inside the other glove?
Correct.
So which of those two gloves was inside the other?
Based on this, I'm not sure.
Okay. You said that it was 1.5 inches?
I don't have that documentation in front of me.
Okay.
But I know that it was approximately 7 inches as one dimension. I don't know the rest of the dimensions off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you remember where along the blade?
Now, the introduction of the dimension of the blade, I do want to warn you that we might have, in addition to the medical examiner's testimony, we might actually have a forensic anthropologist. If there were markings on the bones, they would be the ones to kind of tell us if the markings could include this knife or not. There might actually also be dimensions of wounds and things like that. So there are a lot of things that they might go into. But I did want to kind of warn you that I'm getting the idea that we might have a forensic anthropologist just because of, there possibly being indications of the type and size of knife used on some of the victims with markings on bone. And typically markings in bone go to forensic anthropologists. I'm under the hood of my truck. If you lose your mind, Mo, I'll give you 10 gifts in the morning. Thank you. I might if because I think the next witness is probably going to be the DNA lab analysis. I'm trying to figure out why the hell the state or why we went into a sidebar. Okay.
Okay. And do you have that listed as the inside glove or the outside glove?
I don't have it listed as one or the other.
Well, can we infer from what you have the other glove listed as?
They're both just listed as gloves.
Okay. I see that you have the word inside in quotation marks.
Yes.
What does that word mean?
That was referring to the one glove.
Oh, you son of a swamp donkey. First of all, you have butchered the English language between you and Kim K over there and her liberal use of the word like, pushing, women's suffrage and women's education back, 150 years. But don't you dare get condescending and redonkulous at this witness when you're like, what does the inside mean? Like, sir, you have been butchering and absconding with the validity of the English language this entire case. You call yourself a lawyer, you call yourself competent. These are two words that I think you do not know what they mean.
Of 6-3-1-1, the inside of that glove is what was swabbed versus the outside of that glove.
Okay. So that word is not indicative of that glove being inside the other glove?
Correct.
So which of those two gloves was inside the other?
Based on this, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Cletus, that would be the other report. I'm glad the Zoolander School for Kids That Can't Law Good. It'll have to be at least 3 times larger for these two to fit into it. No, not much. We did have this particular labologist. Now, she kind of did all of the presumptive work for potential blood and then sent most of it to DNA. so she wasn't the one that is going to have any conclusive
You said that you
results.
measured the blade of the knife,
Yes.
and that it was 1.5 inches?
I don't have that documentation in front of me.
Okay.
But I know that it was approximately 7 inches as one dimension. I don't know the rest of the dimensions off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you remember where along the blade you measured it?
It would be from the one point to the other point of the blade, the farthest points possible.
Okay, that's the length, right?
Yes.
Where would you have measured the width of the blade?
From the widest points of the blade.
All right, how did you determine that?
It's subjective, so it's just eyeballing what I believe is to be the widest points.
Okay. Did you take multiple measures of the width or one measure of the width?
One measurement.
Sir, I know that you're very detailed on the length and girth of your measurements, but also, we don't know which knife he's talking about because if you remember, Paul, when he went to the police station, had in his possession in his little go bag this like little knife that I think the blade was more akin to 3 inches or so, maybe 4 inches, but it was not very big, and it wasn't at the crime scene with Keith, so it wasn't the knife that was used. So I don't know exactly where it is that, or even what knife he's talking about. And this is what I hate the defense for. They are not being, clear in what they're asking for, and it's just ridiculous. This guy is such a putz.
And that was, I should clarify, that was item 9, correct? That was the knife from the foyer?
I believe it was item number 9, yes.
And that was found in Colt's neck, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I don't have.
Okay, so they were talking about the, quote unquote murder weapon, or at least the potential murder weapon at this point. Oh God, could you we're going to turn this up to 1.25. Because I'm trying to see why they went to sidebar.
The documentation in front of me.
Oh, that's okay. You wouldn't disagree, I don't think. That was item 9, right?
No, it's just a lot of numbers today.
I understand. I understand. Okay, thank you. I don't think I have anything further.
Okay, redirect.
Nothing, Judge.
You can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break now. If prosecutors, if you don't mind just moving the evidence, please, I'd appreciate it. We're going to take our 15-minute break. Stretch it to 20 if you guys need it. Just let us know when you're ready, and we'll come back out and we'll continue with the testimony. Thank you. Please don't discuss this case or do any research.
Okay, so we did have a sidebar, but I'm not sure why. It might be in anticipation of the next witness coming in being possibly another lab person, but the DNA person. I'm anticipating we're going to have DNA, ballistics, and then possibly the medical examiner, not examinator, good Lord. As much as I make fun of the defense for butchering English, the difference is I'm not a lawyer. I'm not defending someone's freedom.
It's a little slow with the switch over here.
Coffee?
Come on.
Oh, I agree with you there. Okay. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Judge. The state calls Christopher Simkowiak.
He gives us a little bit of a help with spelling that.
Could you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? I'm not sure what that sticky is on there that's now attached to your finger. Just getting your DNA. No, I'm just kidding. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, when you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please? You can get comfortable first.
Christopher Simkowiak, Szymkowiak.
Thank you, sir. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
What lab do you work out of?
I'm currently assigned to the drug unit.
Okay, and what is your title there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been in the drug unit for?
Just over 6 years.
Now, prior to that, did you work in the DNA unit?
I did.
And what was your title there?
I started my career at the OFS in the DNA unit as a forensic scientist 1, and I progressed to a promotion to the forensic scientist 2 level.
Now, as a forensic scientist 1 and 2 in the DNA lab, were you essentially a DNA analyst?
That's correct.
All right, I'd like to discuss your professional and educational background as it relates to your profession as a forensic DNA analyst. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S.
They're letting Ponytail Tristan do the cross-examination again. Kim K. Look, you're dead awful too, but you hurt my soul less. Also, am I the only one that thinks that this looks like Sean King? Bailiff Sean King. I don't know why that's striking me as hysterically funny. If you don't know who Sean King is, he's a rather interesting internet character who claims that his mother had an affair with an African-American man, and he is part black. Now, his childhood pictures say that he's a redhead. There you go. Yes. I don't know why that's striking me as so funny today, but there you go. We amuse ourselves here. I'm glad he's found gainful employment and is working. I love the internet. Sometimes the internet brings bad things, but you know, when public scorn turns into all these funny names, I say the internet has done its purpose.
475 showing console. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is my resume or CV. It's 2 pages.
Did you create that?
I did.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury about your educational background?
Yes. I started my education at Penn State University. I was there for 2 years before I transferred to Drexel University, where I obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in biology.
Now, chronologically, could you take us through your professional experience?
It is official. This man has been through Drex University. I can only imagine what he learned. I'm just kidding, Drexel. But could you imagine Drex University? I'm not saying I would attend, but I would take notes and pay attention.
And just summarize what you did in each of those places and those roles.
Yes. Upon graduating college, I had my first job at Merck Research Laboratories. That was in 2000. I worked there for 4 years until 2004. I was a biochemist there, where I was working on vaccine research, utilizing techniques that I utilize techniques at Merck that I utilized in the DNA laboratory. Upon my completion at Merck, I started my career at the office.
Okay, what dangerous viruses were you playing with on behalf of Merck? I feel like we need a full voir dire. I'm gonna need Woody Harrelson. I'm gonna need what's his face? Oh gosh. I'm gonna need Rand Paul here. We are doing impromptu sua sponte voir dire of this person.
As a forensic sciences. I started in the DNA laboratory, where I was a forensic scientist 1, and progressed into the forensic scientist 2 level. And both titles, I was generating DNA profiles, preparing a report of my findings, and testifying in court as needed. When I obtained my forensic scientist 2 promotion, I had some additional duties that were including peer review of case files, training other scientists, and a supervisory role as well. At the end of 2015 is when I transferred to the drug unit as a forensic scientist 2. In this laboratory where I'm currently assigned is where I'm identifying evidence for potential CDS compounds. I'm reviewing case files again. I'm training scientists in drug testing and testifying in court as needed.
Now, the jury has heard about peer review in terms of serological testing in that unit. Does that also apply, and I think you said it, to the unit, the DNA unit?
It does.
Okay, can you just tell us what peer review is, or technical review? Is that another term for it?
That's correct. So peer review or technical review can be used interchangeably. Once a scientist completes a case file, prepared to report their findings, another scientist will review.
Okay, I'm guessing let's just say he's an inside cat too. I can generally pick them out. Who told him that this shirt goes with this tie? What is up with the plaid and the paisley? I am confused. None of this goes together. I'm not trying to be tismy, but How does this go together with this? Someone make this make sense. This was a choice he made voluntarily. Maybe he's colorblind.
That case file for correctness, completeness, that the protocols were filed and the conclusions support the data that was generated.
Now, when you were in the DNA unit as a forensic scientist too, did you perform peer review of others?
I did.
As a DNA analyst, were you required to take specific courses?
I was.
What were those?
To be in the DNA laboratory, you had to have a Bachelor of Science degree in sciences, but specifically 4 courses were required as well, which included genetics, biochemistry, statistics, and molecular biology.
Now, was there a program that you had to also complete to become a forensic DNA analyst in terms of certification? So what was that?
Excuse me, sorry. So in order to work in the DNA laboratory, before you can touch any casework, you had to complete a training program that took about 8 months to a year to complete. That included reading literature regarding the testing. I had to observe the procedures in the laboratory and then demonstrate and perform those procedures as well. I had to take a written test of a theory. I had to take a laboratory test and perform a moot court as well.
Now, as a DNA analyst, a forensic scientist 1 or 2, is there any type of continuing education that is required?
Yes, in the DNA laboratory, there is required 8 hours of training in DNA testing every year.
How about proficiency testing?
What about it?
I'm sorry, what is that?
A proficiency test is a test that's administered by an
I'm guessing continuing education doesn't involve watching Maury and the Who's the Dad episodes, although that would be a fun way if you had to, do continuing education and you just intern at the Maury Povich show for a while. No, I think it's okay. It doesn't make sense to me that those patterns work together. On a purely color basis, it works. The pattern thing is throwing me off. You should have a solid. I don't know. I'm not a men's fashion person. Hell, I'm not even a female fashion person, so.
Agency to test any certified scientist in the DNA laboratory, their ability to accurately generate DNA profiles.
So in addition to that 8 hours of continuing education, there's also proficiency testing, is that right?
That's correct, twice a year.
Okay. And were you, when you were in the DNA lab, the last day that you were there, were you current and successful with all of your proficiency testing?
Yes.
In total, over the course of your career, approximately how many cases have you worked on where you have processed and analyzed DNA samples?
I would say multiple thousand of cases.
When you say, when we're talking about cases, could there be more than one sample that you're testing per case?
That's correct. There could be one item submitted or several items submitted.
Now, how many times have you testified in Superior Court with regard to the results of the DNA analyses you conducted?
Oh, thank
Approximately
you.
70 times.
And what jurisdictions?
I testified in most of the counties throughout the state of New Jersey.
I call that baby poop green. Baby spit up. Look, that reminds me of all of my kids being infants. And while they were cute little cutie patooties, the things that came out of those children. Look, parenting is a full contact sport. And what I mean is that you will come into contact with things you never thought you would come into contact with.
Now, in those instances, how many times were you qualified by the court as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Every time.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
Anybody here?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I just read it to you this morning. Not well. Forget that. But I'm not going to read it to you again. Obviously, you know the charge as it relates to expert testimony and how you evaluate an expert's testimony here. But I will find this defendant to be an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So what does the term accreditation mean with regard to a forensic lab?
And Tammy and Kay, your packages are on their way. They should be there by Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. So I hope at least that makes your day, that your package is on the way.
Accreditation is essentially an audit of the laboratory. We have an agency called ANAB that comes out and audits the laboratory, and what they essentially are doing is they are checking that we say what we do and we do what we say, so they're ensuring that we have protocols set in place, that we're following them. We have employees that meet the requirements to be employed by the state of New Jersey as a forensic scientist. They're checking casework, they're interviewing scientists. There's a whole bunch of requirements and standards they check to make sure that we're doing the correct thing.
Now, is your lab accredited?
It is.
Okay, and what is the accrediting agency, if you recall?
The accrediting agency is ANAB.
How many times a year is the lab audited?
We are audited once a year.
Now, we've heard a little bit about how evidence is received initially into the lab. Once evidence is received into the lab, how does it get to you as a DNA analyst?
Evidence first comes to the evidence receiving desk by the submitting agency, where those items are inventory and barcoded and given a unique laboratory number. Once that is established, assignments are created. Generally, in a DNA case, those evidence will go to the serology unit first, where they'll screen the evidence for potential biological evidence that's suitable for DNA testing. If that is the case, they will then prepare samples for DNA testing. They may go back to the vault or submit it directly to the laboratory. At that point, a DNA assignment will be created, and then a scientist will be assigned that case to work on the evidence where they pick it up from the vault or would it be in the DNA laboratory at that time.
Okay, now as a DNA analyst, what, if anything, did you do to ensure the integrity of evidence? In other words, to prevent contamination, mix-ups, etc.
Yes, we have a entire quality control procedure we utilize to protect the integrity of evidence. That includes things as wearing protective equipment, a laboratory jacket, face mask, hairnet, gloves. We will clean our surfaces with bleach, water, and ethanol. We have controls during our testing, so we'll have a negative control that is just a blank sample of our reagents we use to ensure that our reagents are clean. We have a positive control to show that testing is working properly. You're getting a result that is expected to be the same every time. We have a review process during our testing, and we have a review process during our case file, so there's a ton of steps we do to ensure that reliability.
Now, what does DNA stand for?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the master molecule of life. It's the genetic material that's located throughout the cells of your body, and it's the same throughout all those cells in your body. So any DNA found in a hair cell will be the same as your DNA found in your skin cell or your blood cell. Your DNA is unique to you, so no two individuals have the same DNA, with the exception of identical twins, and it stays the same throughout your lifetime. Now, your DNA is inherited from your parents, so half your DNA comes from your mother, and the other half is coming from your father. In your body, your DNA is located in those cells on structures called chromosomes, which are just regions of compacted DNA and protein. We have 23 pairs of chromosomes, half coming from your mother, the other half coming from your father. Now,
You know, in some places in the EU, he is not allowed to say some of this stuff.
a particular location or locus on your chromosome is a gene. A gene is a specific DNA sequence that encodes for a particular function. So for example, if you take hair color, in a very specific location on one of your chromosomes, you have the gene for hair color, which is a specific sequence. When that is expressed, you get blonde hair, brown hair, black hair, for example. Since you get different colors, you say you have an allele for that gene. So you have that particular location of a particular sequence, and if you have brown hair, you have the brown allele. If you have blonde hair, you have the blonde allele. Now in the laboratory, when I'm generating DNA profiles, I'm not generating profiles of particular traits. I'm looking at regions called short tandem repeats. These are short segments of DNA that contain a repeated sequence, and I'm counting the number of repeats you have at several different locations on different chromosomes. So when I generate a profile, you essentially see a set of numbers at several different locations.
Thank you. Now, when we talk about forensic DNA analysis, at its most basic form, is it essentially a forensic tool of comparison?
That's correct.
So just your job, kind of just to summarize it, are you looking at evidence that is taken from a piece of evidence at a scene and developing a DNA profile from that?
Correct.
And then if there's anything to compare it to, any buccal swabs or reference samples, are you then comparing that to the developed DNA profile from the buccal swab?
That's correct.
Now, just a couple of definitions just to define. What is an evidentiary sample?
An evidentiary sample is one where I do not know the source of that DNA, and that could be coming from the scene or comes from maybe a particular person's clothing, that you know the source of that clothing, but I don't know how that DNA got there, so it is considered evidentiary. It's unknown to me at the time.
What about a reference sample?
So a reference sample is one where I know where the source of that DNA profile is coming from, and they usually take the form of a buccal swab, which is essentially a Q-tip swabbing of the inner cheek, or a blood sample.
Now, when a comparison is done between an evidentiary sample and a reference sample, what are the options in terms of the DNA analyst's conclusions?
Yeah, so there's essentially three conclusions I can make when I do my comparisons. The first one could be an exclusion, where the reference material does not match the evidentiary material, so they're not a contributor there. There's an inclusion or a match where the evidentiary profile matches the reference material, or the profile generated from the evidence is inconclusive. There's not enough information for me to make a comparison.
Okay, so then there is an exclusion. Does your analysis end there?
It does.
Now, when there is a finding of an inclusion, in other words, that the person of interest is a match to the evidentiary profile, does your analysis end there?
It does not. So once I have a scenario where someone matches, I need to provide some kind of association or strength to that match, and that's when I'll do a statistical analysis to provide a strength to that match.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't just say that the person is an inclusion or match. You have to provide some sort of statistic to demonstrate the rarity of that match. Is that right?
That's correct.
What is the statistic that you used back in 2018?
The statistic I used was called a random match probability. So that's the chance that an individually randomly selected from the population of unrelated individual matches that profile of interest.
Could you give us an easy example of that?
Yes. Let's say, for example, I did a comparison and I generated a profile, and that profile then matches the reference material. So I have a match. I decide what I have to do with that match. Now is my statistic, provide a weight. So let's say, just for example, the stat comes to 1 in a million individuals. So what that is essentially saying, if I had a random population of 1 million people, I would only expect one person to match that profile.
Now, in terms of the reason for providing a statistic, is it fair to say that you can have a match, and the statistic, though, for the match could be very different in terms of the strength of that? Is that
Correct.
right? So, for example, you could have a match, and the statistic could only be 1 in 2. Is that right?
That's correct.
That is very different from a match where you have a statistic of 1 in 1 quintillion. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, essentially, the purpose of providing the statistic, like you said, is
I'm calling it is like 1 in non-nillion that anyone other than Paul is related to half the DNA on this crap.
to give weight to any sort of inclusion or match.
Correct.
Now, as human beings, how much of our DNA is the same? In other words, how much DNA do we all share with one another?
Over 99% of our DNA is similar between individuals.
And is that why we all have, for example, 2 eyes, 2 ears, nose, etc.?
That's one way of saying it.
So if so much of our DNA is the same, and I know you touched on this before, but if so much of our DNA is the same, then how is it that forensic DNA analysis is able to be used as a tool of comparison?
Yeah, so we have a small region of our DNA that is useful in distinguishing individuals from each other, and that was those short tandem repeats that I was talking about. So that those regions of your DNA are different from one another for enough. Their difference is enough for me to be able to say whether someone matches or doesn't match, and then a statistic if needed.
So when you're talking about DNA analysis, are you looking at that little small region that's different among all of our DNA?
That's correct.
And is there a lot of variability?
And they've actually gotten to where they can sort of reverse engineer if they have, DNA from maybe an unidentified suspect or things like that. There is now technology that can kind of extrapolate your facial features based on certain DNA markers and sequencing that can give police kind of maybe a general depiction of what this person might look like. So it's very interesting. True. There's only 3 families.
Among individuals within that very small region that you use for DNA analysis.
There's enough variability for me to make those distinctions between individuals.
Now, I think you said it, but when you do DNA analysis, you're targeting specific non-coding regions within that within that small percent. Is that right?
So I didn't specify that, but those short tandem repeats are in regions of our DNA that are not coding for any particular function.
When you say repeats, what does that mean?
Yeah, so when I was talking about the short tandem repeat, you kind of think of it as like beads of a necklace. Some necklaces might be longer than others, so one necklace might have 11 beads, one necklace might have 12 beads, one might have 20 beads. So what your repeats are just in the block of repeats. So I'm counting the number of repeats of a segment of sequence. So let's say your sequence is just, for example, ABCD. That sequence is repeated 14 times, 15 times, 16 times. So that's the variability between people. I can detect the number of repeats at several different locations across your DNA.
Now, how many repeats do we all have at a particular area?
I am not sure.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you it this way. What is an allele?
Allele is a different form of a gene. In terms of STR testing, we're going to refer to the allele as the number of repeats. So at one particular location, you could have anywhere ranging from 10 to 20 repeats. So if you had 10 repeats, I will say you have the 10 allele.
State prosecutor, you have a sugar addiction. Look, so do I. But it's called de-wrap your candy and bring it in a plastic bag, okay?
That location, you have 15 repeats, you have 15 allele at that location.
And when we talk about a location, is that called a loci?
Loci is plural, locus is singular.
Okay. So at each we'll call it each locus, we all have 2 alleles, is that right?
Correct.
Is one inherited from mom and one inherited from dad?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, are you looking at that small percentage, that small region where we all differ to look at the alleles that are present?
Correct.
Okay, so for example, at a particular locus, you might be a 13 and a 14, and I might be a 1 and a 2, is that right?
Correct.
And then do you look at, is there a certain number of loci that you look at in DNA testing?
Yeah, so the kit that I'm using in my testing tests 27 different locations.
And that loci, is that a predetermined set of locations that you're always looking at in each and every DNA analysis?
The kit we're using, they are the same set of 27 locations.
Now, before we move on, can you explain the difference between a single source sample of DNA and a mixture?
Yes, a single source.
My guess is the judge can't hear it because he's not plugged into the audio system. I'm guessing if he was aware of it, he would probably tell the state prosecutor to cut it out.
Profile is one in which there's only one contributor. I would only expect it to be 2 alleles at every location tested. In a mixed sample is when there's more than one contributor. There could be 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, and so forth and so on. And that's indicated by the presence of 3 or more alleles at any particular location.
Now, within a mixture, is there sometimes something called a major and a minor profile?
There is.
What is that?
So when I'm analyzing my data and looking at profiles, I can make a determination of the number of contributors in there. And based on one person's contribution of DNA to the others, there could be times when I can separate out those components. So someone who has more DNA would have a major contribution, they'd be the major contributor. If someone had less DNA, they'd be the minor contributor.
Now, I want to talk about how you go about generating a DNA profile from either a piece of evidence or a buccal swab. So in very general terms, are there essentially 2 parts to the process of DNA analysis?
You're talking about in the way I generate a profile?
I guess I'll ask it this way. Is there a laboratory process?
Yes, there is a 4-step procedure to generate a DNA profile in the laboratory, and that is...
Yeah, I was about to say a 2-step. Every other time I've heard this has been a 4 or a 5-step process.
It's the same for both the reference material or any evidentiary material. The first step in that process is extraction. That's getting those cells off the substrate, for example, a piece of clothing, breaking open those cells and releasing the DNA into solution. The second step is quantification. That is determining how much DNA was extracted. The third step is amplification, and this is a technique, in amplification we're using a technique called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. So what we are doing in PCR is essentially xeroxing the DNA to produce many copies so it can be detected, because in its initial stage it's undetectable. So I'm producing many copies of those targeted locations to generate a profile through this PCR reaction. So once I developed enough DNA through the amplification process, we go to the 4th and final step, which is detection. And this is where the amplified product goes into a machine called a genetic analyzer, and it separates all those different amplified locations and puts it in a readable format for me to interpret.
Now, what is an electropharogram?
An electropharogram is that readable output of data of the DNA profile. It contains all the essentially peaks or signals of all those locations that I tested.
So is it fair to say that that 4-step laboratory process ends with the culmination of the electropharogram?
Yes.
Once that is done, so once you have your electropharogram, what is the next step in the process of DNA analysis once your profile is generated?
Once my profile is generated, and I have data, the next would do to determine is, if I generated a profile, is there a profile? Can I interpret this profile? Is there a single source or mixed sample here? If I have evidentiary samples, I will do the same thing. And then if I have profiles for both evidence and reference materials, I will make comparisons to those profiles and present my findings in a report.
Now, how do you as a DNA analyst look at that electropharogram and make a determination as to the number of contributors?
I was kind of talking about this earlier with mixtures. So in cases where I only observe 2 alleles at every location, it's an indication that it's single source or just one person present here. When there is more than 2 alleles, it's an indication that there's a mixture of more than one individual. So when we were talking about inheriting DNA and you get half your DNA from your mother and your father, I would expect 1 allele from your mother and 1 allele from your father. So if there was only one person in this sample, I would expect 2 numbers at every location tested. So when there's a mixture, you have another person involved, so you could have potentially 3 or 4 in a 2-person mixture, and they just get more and more presence of alleles as the number of contributors increase.
So earlier we were talking about the statistic and the importance of the statistic. Is there something at the New Jersey State Police Lab called source attribution?
There is.
What is that?
So when I have a match and I do a statistic, it gives a number of a 1 in number. So if someone matches, I report out that statistic. When someone is a source, that statistic has to reach a certain threshold. At the time of this report, that statistic is 1 in 7 trillion. So whenever I have a statistic that crosses that 1 in 7 trillion threshold, I am able to say they're the source of that profile. So they still match, but it's a higher match of saying they're the source. And what that means is, it is my opinion, when someone's a source of a DNA profile, it's their profile to the exclusion of anyone else.
So essentially, when you say somebody is the source, that is the strongest statement you can make as far as inclusion, is that right?
Correct.
Now, for each case that you get assigned to and work on, do you prepare a report?
I do.
And what does that report include?
That report includes several things. There's a header on the report that contains information as the case number, the agency case number, the submitting agency name and address, the laboratory address, the date of the report, the evidence received, and then any conclusions that I make about it as well.
And in this particular case, were all of your reports peer-reviewed?
They were.
And before we move on to the work that you performed in this case, could you explain some of the limitations to DNA analysis that were present back in 2018 at the time you worked on this case?
Yeah, so some of the limitations are largely due to the quality and quantity of the DNA sample. So the tools I had at my time were affected if there was poor quality or very low level DNAs. It also was affected by the number of contributors. The statistics I could do or interpretations or deconvolution of mixtures weren't possible once I got about 3 contributors. The field has moved into technology that can account for those limitations now.
Now, at the time, if you came across a DNA sample that was either a mixture that was too complex or DNA that was just too low, what, if anything, would you do?
So I would acknowledge that a result was obtained. I would state something that no conclusions will be reached concerning this profile by any contributors due to the quality or quantity of the profile.
Now, turning to the present case, were you assigned to perform DNA testing and analysis on certain items of evidence relating to State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
Now, were there 2 case numbers under which you performed?
Now, it will be interesting to see, based on that answer, if any of the evidence was retested, closer in time to the trial to see if any conclusions could be made on some of the kind of inconclusive data, if they have more of the sample. That would be interesting to see. It might be that the state feels that they had enough and, all of these supplies and all of these steps cost money, so maybe they feel like they had enough, with just what they were able to get in 2018.
Your analysis in this case?
There was.
Okay. And did the work that you performed include items under each case number?
It did.
I'd like to try to go through this chronologically with you. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as S476. All right, do you recognize S476?
I do.
And what is that?
S476 is a copy of a report. It's a 1-page report for laboratory case number C18-10138, and the report is dated 11/27/2018.
The items on the report, are they listed as items 1 through 5?
It's 1 through 4, then 5-1.
Sorry. And then what are the other items listed?
7-1, 9-1-1, 9-2-1, 9-3-1, and 9-4-1.
Now, items 1 through 4, what are those?
Items 1 through 4 were reference materials. Item 1 was a reference material for Jennifer Caneiro. Item 2 was a reference material for Jesse Caneiro. Item 3 was a reference material for Sophia Caneiro. And item 4 was a reference item for Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and were DNA profiles developed for each of the 4 individuals?
They were.
And was that for comparison purposes?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S477. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
S477 is what is called a DNA worksheet for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay, and then does it list each individual on there as number 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Correct. It contains items 1 through 4, which were those reference materials I just described.
So Jennifer is what number?
Jennifer's number 1.
Who's 2?
Jesse Caneiro.
3?
Keith Caneiro. Sophia Caneiro.
And 4.
Keith Caneiro.
So when you developed the profiles for each of the 4 victims, did you essentially have to develop electropharograms?
That's
For
correct.
each of them? I'd like to use this just as an example. I'm not going to do this for each item, but I'm going to show you what's been marked as S478. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
S478 is 2 pages. It is an electropharogram for item number 3, from case number C18-10138.
So is that Sophia Caneiro's electropharogram?
That's correct.
So essentially that is her DNA profile?
Correct.
Do I have permission to publish?
Any objection? No. Okay, you can.
Thank you. Bring that back together, please. Okay. Sir, what you see on the screen here, can you just explain to us what we're looking at? Maybe it'll help just to see it. You explained the electropharogram before, but just to see it in context.
Yes, so this is the first page of the electropharogram. I don't know if you guys can necessarily see these dark banners at the top. If you can see the writing.
Sir, what we're going to do is, I don't mean to cut you off, we're going to give you a stylus, and you can use that. Yeah.
So, I just touch it, or
Yeah.
is that working? Okay, oops.
You can do it on the side button.
So if you look, okay,
It's right over here.
I want to.
Yeah.
Technology, guys. Okay, so we're zoomed in right now. So if you see this top banner up here,
Just do it on your screen, because if you try to.
I am. It's just not. I can't tell if it's doing anything. Okay. So right where I put that little hash mark, that top banner going across that page, which they're kind of shaded out, is all the different locations that I'm testing. So these are just representative of the first grouping of locations. So these are just different loci that, or locus, singular, that I'm testing to generate a DNA profile. If you go below that, you'll see a peak with numbers underneath it. So there's a peak there, and then there's numbers under here. That first one technically isn't a number. That's called a melogenin. That's the sex-determining chromosome. So XX would be female, XY would be male. So you see one single X here, technically two X's, because you got an X from each parent. So that this profile is female. If you move to that next location, you can see there's a 15 here. So this is a location where someone has 15 repeats from each parent. Next location.
Can I just ask you, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, why is there only one peak there if we get 2 alleles from each parent?
Yeah, so you get 2 alleles from each parent, but they are common alleles. There's a range of only potential numbers you can get at a particular location, like from 11 to 20. So you could share the same allele from each parent, so this is only be represented one time. In a table format, I would write this down as a 15-15, but it's only given one signal because only a 15 repeat was observed at this location. So there's a single allele here representing both from each parent. That next location, you can see there's actually 2, so they got the 16 from one parent and a 17.3 from the other parent. So what you see here as you go across, there's a set of peaks that represent your DNA profile at a particular location. And when I interpret this profile, I put it into a table format saying at one particular location, that first one, you're 15-15, that second one, you're 16-17.3, and so on and so forth, and so forth across every location. I just notate those numbers in this single source profile.
Thank you. Now, if there was another contributor here, what would you expect to see?
I'll try to draw this in for you towards the other end of the table or electropharogram. You would see potentially 4 peaks, maybe 3 peaks. So I would expect to see a third peak somewhere in this profile, if not at multiple locations, to indicate the presence of another contributor.
Okay. But just to be clear, this is Sophia Caneiro's single source for her profile.
Correct.
Thank you. Coach, can we preserve this?
Sure.
Are
This
we
is a
raised?
478.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to draw them back in?
If you can,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
So, there.
It has to be exact.
Okay, I'm sorry
No,
about
I'm just
that.
kidding.
That's really mostly what was important. Sorry about that.
All right, we're going to, 478.1.
Thank you. Down.
Now you can do it. Thank you.
Yes or no?
Yes, you're good. Thank you.
It's more that they're thicker. I try to get the ones that are high in protein and low in sugar, because I mean the ones that taste really good are generally full of sugar. So it's just a fact. It's such a first world thing. I have no reason to complain. I can basically, get enough calories, and still stream. So
I'm going to show you, you mentioned an allele table.
Yes.
So that electropharogram, the DNA profile on there, does that get converted over into an allele table?
That's correct.
Does that make it easier to look at, essentially?
Yes, it makes it easier to look at and then to compare profiles from evidentiary to reference materials.
I'm showing council S479. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
So S479 is the allele table I generated for case number C18-10139 for references 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So is Sophia Caneiro's allele table listed under number 3 there?
Yes, her profile's under number 3.
Okay, and just for pedagogical purposes, Judge, permission to publish this. S479.
Smart. No, Judge. Okay.
Let me just zoom in a little bit. Okay. So if you could point out to us where you see Sophia's allele chart. Now, do you see where it says on the side there's like a row under specimen numbers?
Yes.
Are each of those a locus?
Yes.
Okay, so each of those represents a location on that small percentage of DNA that differs among all of us, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so now, at the first locus, how do you say that?
Melagena.
Okay, what is Sophia?
An XX.
And is that mean she's a female?
Correct.
Okay, so for example, if we look over at victim 4, which is Jesse, he's what?
An XY.
And that would represent what?
Male.
Okay. And just to, if you could explain, just to, where we look at D3S1358, that locus, what is Sophia?
1515.
Okay, and it's essentially, you go down the line, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to keep this up, but if we could go back to your report. Can you please go through, we went through numbers 1 through 4. What are the rest of the items on there?
I'm going to refer to my report. That's
You
fine.
can, just the one that,
Item 5-1 was a portion of a swab of a handle from a knife. Item 7-1 was a portion of a swab of a handle from a knife. Item 9-1-1 was a portion of a sample from a blade of a knife. Item 9-2-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of the knife. Item 9-3-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of a knife. Item 9-4-1 was a portion from swabbing from a handle of a knife.
Now, items 1 through 4, the reference samples. Next to that, where it says comments, what does it say under those comments for each of them?
Results obtained.
Okay. And then, what about item 5-1, the swab of the handle from knife? What is the comment there?
Results obtained.
Okay. What does that mean, results obtained?
That means I got some kind of data.
No, y'all, I used to be in powerlifting, and I told my trainer that we went to the Arnold once. It was like my first time away from my children in 15 years. And I said, how many chickens is the Arnold responsible for like a small like chicken genocide? Because the amount of eggs and chicken breasts that these people eat, I saw a guy with a NutriBullet blending chicken breasts in water. I am not that dedicated, y'all. Nope and nope.
Kind of profile for that item.
Now, when you have results obtained, it doesn't necessarily mean you're able to make any comparisons, right?
Correct.
But you got some DNA from it?
Correct.
Now, items 7-1 through all of the 9s, what does it say under comments?
No results.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means I've generated no DNA profile for these items.
Okay, so aside from the 4 victims' buckle swab or FDA cards, the only results you got were from item 5-1, the portion of the handle from the knife, is that right?
Correct.
Was there an allele chart created for that? That evidentiary sample 5-1?
Yes,
Okay, and prior to that, did you have to, obviously, your work, did that culminate in an electrophotogram?
it did.
I'm showing council what's been marked as S480. I'm showing you what's been marked as S480. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S480 is the allele table I generated for item 5-1 for laboratory case number C1810138.
Good friend.
So if you could, can you explain to us, let me ask you this first. When you generated your profile or the profile on 5-1, what did you do with it after that profile was generated? So in other words, after you had your electrophotogram?
So once I had my electrophotogram, I determined, was there DNA present? The number of contributors, is this single source or mixture? Is this profile interpretable?
Okay, and was it?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, comparisons did you do?
So I took the profile generated from 5-1 and compared it to any reference material that was available for this case.
Okay, so just to be clear, you compared that profile from 5-1 to Jennifer Caneiro's profile?
Correct.
And each and every of the 4 victims, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what, any conclusions did you make?
Yes, I'm going to refer to my report if that's fine.
okay, just tell us the number.
Yes, so for State Exhibit 476, with regards to item 5-1, my conclusion was that the STR DNA profile of Sophia Caneiro matches the STR DNA profile from item 5-1. The calculated frequency of the STR DNA profile is 1 in at least 726 million for randomly selected unrelated individuals. I also concluded that Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as possible contributors to the as possible contributors to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 5-1.
Can you, by using this allele table, can you explain how you would exclude somebody from the profile and evidentiary sample?
Yes. So what I do is I will look at the evidence profile, which you can see that's displayed up here. So for example, if you look at this second location, that is D3S1358, item 1 was a 1517, and the reported profile for item 5-1 was a 1515. In a single source sample, I only need one of these numbers to differ to exclude. So in the case of the evidence I have a 1515, that reference has that 17, so it's not consistent with that individual location. And I do that at every location.
I am not sure. I believe it was on the knife, but they're not clearing this up. So what I'm guessing is that the state is having him kind of go through the answers, and then they're going to tie this all up with possibly another investigator, because we still have, I don't know if it's going to be gas chromatography, but we still have to do the soil samples from both of the fire areas to see if there were any, if there was any way that they can link both of the sites with maybe the gasoline that was used or something like that. Now, samples were taken at Keith's house. I don't believe that Keith's house had any known accelerants other than a bottle of alcohol, but at least these samples from Paul's house still need to be gone over as well. So we might be in for a lot of these kind of witnesses for the rest of this time until we have someone to kind of tie a bow on this for the state.
And I generated a profile to see how they match or don't match to determine if they include or exclude. Now, on the other side of that, if someone matches, you can see that in reference number 3, I have a 1515 for that type, and my evidentiary sample is at 1515. So at this location, they're matching. And then I would go down to the rest of the developed profile to see how they match or do not match.
I'm not going to leave that with you. Just to conclude, on this particular, on your report, you included, your conclusion was you included Sophia Caneiro in 5-1.
Yes.
And you gave a random match probability of one in at least 726 million?
Correct.
Yes, this could have been a demonstrative.
Just to keep everything together.
All of them?
Yes. Thank you.
We're going to print what's on the screen, which is S480.1.
I'm going to show you 479.
479, sorry about that. 479.1.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S411 and S481. Starting with S481, do you recognize that?
Okay, what's the likelihood that this this particular witness has a fully realized hobby room with an entire battalion of Warhammer 40K figurines that he has lovingly detailed to the nth degree? I bet he has those little glasses with the magnifying doodads on them, and he's painting little minute things. And then he puts all of the paints back in color coordinated rows. I've never been one of these people, but I could imagine being that organized. I'm not one of those people, but it would be surreal to be one of those really organized, crafty people.
I do.
And what is that?
481 is a 2-page copy of the report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139. It's dated 11/27/2018.
And what do you recognize S411?
I do.
And what is that?
S411 is the evidence received. It is 2 pages for case number C18-10139. That is dated as received 11/23/18.
We can take this off. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask if you can look at your report, item 1-1-1. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a portion of a swabbing of a glove.
And what does that correspond to on the evidence receipt?
Item number 1.
What is that?
Item number 1 is a burnt nitrile glove, black.
Okay. And were any results obtained?
Yes.
Can you explain?
With regards to item 1-1-1, the STR DNA profile was not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What does that mean?
So the data, the profile generated didn't meet the laboratory's procedures, protocols to do a comparison, so I was not able to make any conclusions to anyone's contribution to that profile.
Okay, if we could go to item 2-1. What is that?
That is a portion of a swab from the left side of front door frame.
What does that correspond to on the evidence received?
Item number 2.
And is that essentially the same description?
Yes, it is.
Okay, were results obtained?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
With regards to 2-1, Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
Now, does this end up coming back to firefighter Sean Etzen later in another report? And if you're not sure, I'll show you that report later.
Don't remember off the top of my head.
This is sense. Okay. Item 3-1, what is that?
3-1 is a portion of the swab of foyer wall.
And what does that correspond to in evidence received?
Item 3 with the same description.
Okay, any results?
Yes, results were obtained.
Okay, what were those?
For item 3-1, Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile from item 3-1.
What is the next item that you have on your report that you tested?
6-1-1-1, that is a portion of the staining of a front left thigh area of jeans.
Now, on evidence received, does that correspond to item 6?
It does.
Okay, and that just says one paper bag of chart articles.
Correct.
Now, all of your number 6s are going to correspond to what was in that bag, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, it'll just have sub numbers for each item that was in the bag?
Correct.
So 6111 is the portion of the staining of the jeans that you just read, is that right?
Correct.
What, if any, results were obtained?
With regards to 6-1-1-1, the STR DNA profile obtained is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
The next item is what?
6-1-2-1.
And what is that?
That's a portion staining of front left shin area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what were those results?
With regards to 6-1-2-1, Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained.
Okay, now I see that there's no statistic.
And this is where the defense is going to have realistically no plausible reason that a pair of jeans stained with the blood of his niece and nephew were put on the floor. Had they been epithelial cells, had they been skin cells, you could maybe have stretched it to, well, Paul was their favorite uncle. They were always over with Paul, so maybe these jeans he wore when he was over at Keith's house. There really is no innocent reason for there to be blood all over Paul's jeans. Again, I do not know where the defense is going to go with this. I can't think of any logical defense you could have against this.
There, is that correct?
There's no statistic directly under this conclusion statement. It is covered by a footer at the end of the report.
And again, why is that?
So with regards to source attribution, I have to cross the statistic of 1 in 7 trillion, and that's always going to be the same number. So we just have that listed as a footer at the bottom of the report. Whenever a source is mentioned, it's referenced at the bottom of that report.
And here, are you identifying Sophia Caneiro as the source?
That's correct.
What is the next item?
6-1-3-1, that was a portion staining of front right thigh area of jeans.
The results obtained.
They were.
And what were that?
With regards to 6-1-3-1, Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR profile obtained.
How about 6-1-4-1?
That is a staining of the front right shin area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what was the conclusion of that?
The STR profile obtained from 6-1-4-1 was not of sufficient quality or quantity for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed?
6-1-5-1, that was a portion of staining of rear left calf area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what was the conclusion?
Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of this STR DNA profile obtained from 6-1 6-1-5-1.
And again, just to be clear, no statistic is given because these have actually reached source attribution, is that right?
Statistic is given, but it's
This is the part where you will never convince me that Paul wasn't a monster. I don't know how. I really don't. And I don't know that even Paul would be able to explain how he could look in the faces. This is up close and personal crime. When we get to the medical examiner, this was a ferocious attack on these two children. And it just beggars belief. My flappers have been gasted. I am rarely without words to explain things, and the inhumanity, the absolute monstrous demonic nature of this is beyond words to me. I'm glad that Lauren Boebert decided to show up in the court trial. Why does she look so confused? I mean, I too am confused as to why the McDonald's man is here, but Lauren Boebert, I too am confused why you're here.
in the foot of that report.
How about the next item? What is that?
6-1-6-1, that was a portion swapping of inside waistband of jeans.
Any results?
No results were obtained.
Now, what is the next item?
6-2-1-1, that's a portion staining of front right shoulder area of t-shirt.
Okay, any results?
Yes.
And what was that?
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to item 6-2-1-1.
Did your report mention anything about any further comparisons? Or anything being needed for further comparison?
Yes.
What is that?
So on
so.
page 2, I stated that no conclusions can be reached concerning another possible contributor to the STR DNA profiles obtained from the items examined without submission of a buccal swab reference.
I'm showing counsel it's been marked as S482 and S483. I'm going to show you the same. If we could start with S482, what is that, if you recognize it?
I do. S482 is the DNA worksheet I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139. It is item 20, and it's a reference sample from Paul Caneiro.
From Paul Caneiro?
Correct.
And what is the date on there? Or is there a date?
The date on my worksheet is 11/27/18.
Okay. S481, do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
All right, and do you recognize that?
S481 is the report I was just talking about for C18-10139 that was dated 11/27/2018.
Actually, I should ask you, what is item 20? What is that listed as?
So, item 20 was from State Exhibit 483, which was a report I generated for C18-10139. That report date is 11/29/2018, and that is for item 20, the DNA reference from Paul Caneiro.
Okay, are there any conclusions on that report made by you?
There are.
What is that?
Paul Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from items 6-2-1-1 and 7-1-1. I also concluded that Paul Caneiro is excluded as a possible contributor to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 2-1 and 3-1.
Okay, now you indicated that Paul Caneiro was identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from 6-2-1-1. Can you just remind us, what is that?
So that is a match or a conclusion, and the statistic for that source attribution is when it reaches that threshold of 1 in 7 trillion.
But I mean, what item is that? Just to remind us, we don't take a lot. It's okay.
The item 6-2-1?
Yes.
That is the swab, the portion staining of front right shoulder area of the t-shirt.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, Paul, that's your t-shirt next to the jeans covered in your family's blood. You want to say anything about how it's a coinkydink and everyone conspirated against you? They found your DNA somewhere, somehow, and put it all over the clothes? Idiot.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S484. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
S484 is a copy of a report I generated for C18-10138. It's dated 11/29/2018.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions do you make in that report?
I concluded that Paul Caneiro is excluded as a possible contributor to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 5-1.
Now, 5-1 was what you previously concluded, or made conclusions as to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was specifically the handle of the knife, is that right?
Correct.
If we could go back now and go through, finish the items on your report S481. We left off with item 6-2-1-1, which was the front right shoulder of the t-shirt, which you already told us about. Can we take a look at the next item underneath that?
Yes.
And what is that labeled as?
6-2-2-1, that is a portion swabbing of inside collar of t-shirt.
Any results obtained?
Yes.
And what was that?
The STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-2-2-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
And just to be clear, 6-2-2-1, that same t-shirt that you previously got results from the shoulder on?
Correct.
What is the next item in your report listed?
6-3-1-1-1.
And what is that?
A portion of a sample of a glove.
Okay. And again, this is, just to be clear, it's from item 6, so it's that pile.
Correct.
Were results obtained?
There were.
And what are those results?
A mixed STR DNA profile consistent with at least 2 contributors was obtained from item 6-3-1-1-1-1. Assuming 2 contributors, Sophia Canerio is identified as a source of the interpreted major STR DNA profile. The minor STR DNA profile is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
Okay. What is the next?
Now, these are samples that I'm guessing the state had them go and retest if there was any availability, especially with the increase in insensitivity. But again, maybe they think they have enough. If I were the state and I was getting ready for trial, these, tests that were inconclusive at the time, I might see if they can run them again.
Item listed.
6-3-1-1-2-1.
And what is that?
It's a portion swabbing of inside of glove.
Any results?
No results.
What is the next item listed?
6-3-1-2-1-1. Portion swabbing of glove.
Any results obtained?
Yes, they were.
And what were they?
The STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-3-1-2-1-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed on your report?
I think we're at 6-3-1-2-1-1.
Okay, and what is that?
That's a portion swabbing of glove.
Okay, any results?
Missed it.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so we want,
That was
Just
the
in
one.
the,
my fault, I apologize.
Is it-
put it all out of my head, right here.
I'll ask you this. Is the next item 7-1-1?
It is.
Okay, what is that?
That is a staining of a bandage.
Okay. Any results obtained?
Yes.
And what is that?
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to the STR profile obtained from 7-1-1.
Now, just in looking at the corresponding evidence receipt, so just to be clear, is this a bandage that was obtained from the center console cup holder of a car?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you can go and look back and look at S483, which is your report dated 11/29/18, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and the number is 10139. What does that, your report, indicate with respect to the results of 7-1-1?
Paul Caneiro is identified as a source of the STR DNA profile obtained from item 7-1-1.
Okay, and
And not the
finally,
bandage.
item 8-1-1 on your report, what is that?
That's a portion swabbing of glove.
And if you could look at the evidence receipt and just explain what that is, if there's any further explanation of that glove.
So this is from State Exhibit 411. Item 8 is a piece of black glove from rear passenger seat, driver's side, NJ Reg DCJ 3105.
Any results obtained from that?
No results were obtained.
So just to recap from this particular report, you had Sophia Caneiro as the source of the DNA on the front left shin of the jeans, the
Correct.
front right thigh of the jeans, the
Correct.
rear left calf of the jeans,
Correct.
and on one of the black nitro gloves. Is that right?
Correct. I'm just gonna don't have a specific objection, but I'm just going to say that obviously these are all leading questions that are coming from the state's direct.
Okay. I agree that they are leading. However, I'm going to allow it based on the fact that just trying to get through these numbers sequentially and making sure that the jurors can understand it, I'm going to allow the leading form of these questions for now. Obviously, when we get beyond this, Mr. Murray, if you want to stand up again and object, I'll make sure that I listen carefully on that. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Really, defense? Like, she's asking leading. We all just want to get through the dash, 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 dash. Could you please let's make this as painful as possible. The defense, helping no one.
I'm gonna show you. Hold on, I'm gonna take this back.
Sir, can you just hit the undo on there, if you don't mind? We just have a random circle. Thank you.
Show you what's been marked by show counsel versus S485. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
S45 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10138. It is dated 12/4/2018.
What did you get that?
This is a report for item 13-1-1, which was a portion of a swab.
From what?
The portion of the swab, were there any results obtained from that?
Yes.
And what were those?
My conclusion was the STR DNA profile from item 13-1-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S486. Showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S486 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated 12/4/2018.
And what does that indicate?
This is for item 15-1-1, which was a portion of a swab.
Are there results?
No results were obtained.
No results. Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S487, showing counsel. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
S487 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated 2/11/2019.
Okay. Specifically, are there any item numbers listed on there?
Yes, there are.
What is that?
Item 2, the DNA reference from Jesse Canerio. Item 4, the DNA reference from Keith Caneiro. And item 10-1-1, which was a portion of for E-cells cartridge.
Okay. And the case number on there is, but what is the case number, if you could tell us?
C18-10138.
So we're talking about the cold snap scene, is that correct?
Don't remember off the top of my head the locations.
Were any results obtained nonetheless from that swab?
No results were obtained.
Thank you. I'm just going to mix them up. Finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S488. I'm showing counsel first. I'm going to ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
S488 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated 2/11/2019.
Now, the first item that's listed there, can you tell us what that is?
Item 6-1-7-1 is a portion staining jeans front left thigh area.
Okay. and just to be clear, you said the date on here is 2/11/19?
Correct.
Okay, so was this additional testing from areas of the jeans?
Yes.
All right, so 6-1-7-1, portion staining of the jeans front left thigh area. Were any results obtained?
There were.
What was that?
A mixed STR DNA profile consistent with at least 2 contributors was obtained from item 6-1-7-1. Assuming 2 contributors, Sophia Caneiro is identified as a source of the interpreted major STR DNA profile. The minor STR DNA profile obtained is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed?
6-8-1, that was a portion staining jeans front right shin area.
Were results obtained?
Yes.
And what were the results?
Sophia Caneiro is identified as a source of the STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-1-8-1.
What is the next item listed?
6-1-9-1, this was a portion staining jeans inside pockets and knee areas.
Were any results obtained?
No results were obtained.
And what is the last item on there?
6-4-1-1, portion swab of live round.
Okay, any results obtained?
No results were obtained.
Judge, I have nothing further.
Okay, Cross.
When you were making these allele tables for the major contributors that you were looking at, did you make allele tables also for the minor contributors?
I don't believe I did so. I've got to look at my actual data to see if I did or didn't.
Yeah, okay, because I'm looking at 6-1-7, 6-1-7-1. I see a major, but I don't see a minor.
Yes, generally, we didn't always report in the allele table of minor alleles that was deemed not useful for comparison purposes, so we didn't list it in the table.
Okay, so places where we've heard you testify, I think it was in 6-3, 6-1-7, where there was not enough information at the time, at least, to engage in further testing. We wouldn't expect to see an allele table for a minor contributor.
That sounds correct.
Okay, got it. And obviously, if we don't know anything about the genetic profile of the minor contributor, we can't make any statements about who is or isn't a potential contributor.
Yeah, based on our profiles, the quality of that profile was not suitable for any comparison, so I'm not saying anyone matches or doesn't match included or excluded. It's just inconclusive.
It could be anybody.
Possibly.
Okay. So let's just go back here. What you were doing here, and this is back in 2018, is this is a more, I don't want to say more traditional method of analysis, but obviously the method of analysis has changed somewhat in your laboratory and laboratories across the world since 2018. Would that be fair to say?
I'm understanding properly. Our procedure of generating the profile is the same. It's the interpretation of that profile that has changed.
Right. Because now there's a
Alrighty. Well, yeah, things change in years.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Now, on Mondays and Wednesdays, while Mr. Mo is in school, I will have to pick up the youngest, most ferals. So what I will do on those Mondays and Wednesdays is have a stream set up for 3:30. So we'll get as far as we can get, and then at 2:20 we will kind of cut off, and then meet back here at 3:30, and I will have brought the ferals home, gotten them started on homework warden duties, and we will be good. So that's kind of what we'll be doing on Mondays and Wednesdays. Unless, of course, middle daughter is able to pick them up, but she is not able to pick them up today.
You got?
I do.
Once you get seated and comfortable, can you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Absolutely. My name is Teresa Nezazon. Last name Nezezon.
Okay, thank you so much. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Nezazon.
Morning.
Where are you employed?
I am employed by the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences DNA Laboratory.
Okay, what is your title there?
I am a Forensic Scientist 3, and I'm also the Assistant Laboratory Director.
What unit did you say you currently worked in?
I work in the DNA Laboratory.
Okay. I'd like to discuss.
This woman is the only, and I do mean the only, extrovert employed in the state of New Jersey in the lab area. This woman looks happy to be talking to people and, you know, very personable and like just excited to be there. I'm guessing she is the only extrovert of the lab people.
Professional professional background and education with you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S489, showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is my CV.
Could you tell the jury about your educational background, please?
Absolutely. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Microbiology and Immunology from the University of Rochester in Rochester, New York, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City.
Now, could you take us through your professional experience chronologically?
Yes, absolutely. Would you like me to speak to the jobs that I had before this, or just the current?
If you could start with your CV lists, the first job that you took out when you graduated, so start there.
After I graduated from college, I worked in a vaccine immunobiology lab in Rochester, New York, where we worked on pathogens that cause ear infection in children. After that, when I was working on my master's degree at John Jay College, I worked in one of the labs as a laboratory assistant, doing ordering and making sure the lab functioned correctly. And after that job, I did a DNA job at the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
Now, how long have you been with the New Jersey State Police?
I have been with the State Police for about 23 years.
How long have you worked in the DNA unit?
All of those 23 years.
Can you take us through the different roles and titles that you've had while you were there?
Sure. I began my career as a forensic scientist 1. During that time, I was mostly doing lab work and authoring of case files. I then was promoted.
It's really weird because she reminds me of Daria, but I've never seen Daria smile this much and be this happy to be talking with other people. So she reminds me of Daria if Daria had a complete and total personality change. It's very strange. Honestly, I'd like her to go back to that. Hell, look up stuff that gives me. I have had more ear infections as an adult than I had as a child, which is anatomically weird because you're more prone to ear infections as a child because your ear tubes are basically flat as a child. And then as you age, they get a slope. So in theory, I shouldn't have more ear infections as an adult than I did as a child. But I say, ma'am, you go save the world from ear infections, because honestly, that would be a big help, because they suck.
Promoted to a forensic scientist 2, and in that capacity, I was performing technical reviews of case files as well as lab work and authoring case files. And finally, I was promoted to forensic scientist 3, which is a supervisory title, and in that capacity, I still author lab reports, and I still peer review lab reports, but I also supervise a team of scientists.
Now, was there a program that you had to complete to become a forensic DNA analyst?
Yes, the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences DNA Laboratory has a very extensive training program. It usually lasts about a year. During that time, I was required to watch caseworking scientists perform all aspects of our job. I then had to demonstrate that I could perform those techniques independently. I also underwent a laboratory practical and a written exam, and finally a mock court before being certified.
Do you have to keep up with any continuing education for your profession?
Yes, we are required to complete 8 hours of continuous education training per year, but we often complete much more than that.
Okay, and did you have to take any proficiency testing?
Yes, each scientist in our laboratory has to be proficiency tested twice per year.
And how do you stand with regard to your proficiency testing?
All of my proficiency tests have been satisfactory.
Now, you indicated that you're the assistant DNA laboratory director?
Yes, that's correct.
And what does that role entail?
That role is a bit of a jack of all trades kind of role. I assist our laboratory director. There are a lot of administrative tasks that have to be carried out. I help with that. It could be anything from doing the meat and potatoes of what we do, like so writing of cases, reviewing, all the way up to taking care of building and maintenance issues. So.
Now, in total, over the course of your career, about how many cases have you worked on where you've processed and analyzed DNA samples?
Many. I would estimate maybe 2,500.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about cases, can a case have more than one DNA sample?
Yes, absolutely.
How many times have you testified in Superior Court with regard to the results of those DNA analyses that you've conducted?
35 times in different courts throughout the counties of New Jersey.
Okay. And do you also peer review others' cases?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how many times have you peer reviewed cases involving DNA analysis?
Multiple, many cases that I've peer reviewed. I would say, again, it's in the thousands. 3,000. Sorry.
In the jurisdictions that you testified, actually, can you tell us what are those jurisdictions?
The counties throughout New Jersey, almost all of the counties I've testified in.
Have you ever testified in federal court?
Yes, I have, twice.
Okay. In those instances, how many times were you qualified by the court as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
In all of the times I testified, I was qualified as an expert witness in DNA analysis.
At this time, Judge, the state would seek to have this witness qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
Smart.
No budget.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the same exact charge as it deals with expert testimony. You have to evaluate the expert's opinion. You evaluate that based on the information that they're relying upon, just like I've told you in the past.
Okay, I like this witness, but I am terrified because she is giving me all the chipper signs that she is a Disney adult. Now she seems like a fully functional adult despite being a Disney adult. But she is giving me like the perpetual happiness of someone who goes to Disney every year, twice a year, and has a season pass. Now, this is so anathema to me to spend money to be in a people-y place that it instantly is off-putting. I know that there are people that love Disney, and if that is your jam, good for you. But no.
You would decide the credibility, you decide the facts on which that their information that they're using, whether it exists or not. Then you'll compile it all together and make that ultimate determination. So I gave you the longer version of that charge this morning. Does everybody remember that charge? Yes. Everybody is shaking their head yes, so they don't want to hear me again. This is the third time this morning, so we'll continue. You're qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Judge,
Can you just for 1 second take the circle off my eyeball? You guys put that up there?
I'm gonna make you Batman.
Did you have occasion to perform DNA testing and analysis of certain items of evidence with regard to this case, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro? Yes, I did. I'm going to show you what.
She has access to quadruple Prozac? This is not fair. She should share with the class.
It's been marked as S414 and S490. Showing counsel. Let's start with S490. If you could, do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the laboratory report that I prepared for case number C18-10138.
Okay, and is there a date on there?
Yes, the date the report issued is May 13th, 2020.
Okay, now S414, which is in front of you, do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the evidence receipt from this case.
Okay. Now, is there the same lab number on that evidence receipt as it is on your report?
Yes, there is.
That ends in 38?
Yes.
If you could, can you tell us what the items are that are listed on S414?
S414 lists item 28. These are laboratory items, our laboratory items. Item 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
And does it say what each of those items are?
Yes, it does.
Can you please indicate each one?
Absolutely. Item 28 is one envelope containing biological specimens. Question, DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Cold Snack, New Jersey. Item 29 is one envelope containing biological specimen. Question, DNA sample, scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Cold Snack, New Jersey. Item 30 is one envelope containing biological specimen. Question, DNA swab of reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island of 15 Willowbrook Road.
So these are going to be all of the blood staining on the cabinets and things in the kitchen. And the state told us that, or in the opening statement, that those were going to be conclusively DNA linked to Jesse, the younger male victim, the nephew.
Cold Snack, New Jersey. Item 31, one envelope containing biological specimen. Question, DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal at 15 Willowbrook Road, Cold Snack, New Jersey. Item 32 is one envelope containing question, DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen at 15 Willowbrook Road, Cold Snack, New Jersey.
Now, of those items, which, if any, did you perform DNA testing on?
Our laboratory performed testing on item 28.
Okay, and specifically, can you tell us about the testing that you performed and your results, if any?
And thank you, Tammy Fayette, for the $2. Hi, Mo, I'm home. Happy dumb alleged criminal day. Yeah, at this point, the defense saying, my client's not a moron. I mean, I feel like there's not any facts and evidence that he's not a moron at this point. I think there's more facts That he is in fact a giblet head, as Hank Hill would say, then, right. I just imagine Hank Hill like, the boy ain't right. Paul ain't right, Peggy. He just ain't right. And at this point, I would agree with Hank. Hell, Dale Gribble makes more sense than Paul at this point. Also, Dale Gribble is my favorite character.
So item 28, a portion of that would have come into the DNA laboratory and we would have performed the 4-step process to obtain a DNA profile on that item. So those 4 steps, they include extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And we were able to obtain a DNA profile from item 28.
Okay, and what, if any, comparisons did you make with regard to that profile?
The STR DNA profile of Sophia Caneiro matches the STR DNA profile obtained from item 28-1.
Okay, now, what, if any, statistic did you assign this?
The calculated frequency of the STR DNA profile is 1 in at least 2.18 million for randomly selected unrelated individuals.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what is marked as S491 and S416, and I'm showing council. We could start with S491. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This was a supplemental report that I issued in case number C18-10138.
What is the date on there?
The date the report was issued is July 7th, 2023.
Okay, and what are the items that are listed that you tested in your report?
So item 6-1, which is a portion of swab of a knife blade, and item 8-1, which is a portion of a swab of a knife blade.
Okay, and specifically, do those correspond to the items on S416?
Yes.
Okay. When you say you performed testing on there, can you just tell us what you did specifically for each of those?
Yes. So each of these items was subjected to the first and the second step of the 4-step process. So the first step, extraction, the second step, quantification. And quantification is when we're trying to figure out how much DNA we have on an item. So when we got to the second step of the 4-step process with both items 6-1 and 8-1, it was determined that these samples had quantification value of 0. So basically, there was no DNA on either of these items, no detectable DNA on either of these items.
Thank you. Judge, I have nothing further.
Mark, across.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So S414, I think, was the evidence receipt in this case for items that included item 28?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, and then that was delivered to your lab on February 25th of 2020?
I'm sorry, I would need S414 to just verify that date, but I believe that it came in around that time.
This is S414?
Thank you. Yes, these items came into the laboratory on February 25th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. And there's also a synopsis, a brief history of examination requested within this item, S414, and it relates to, obviously all these items came, to your understanding, from 15 Willowbrook Road in Colesnack?
Yes, I believe that was scene 1.
Okay, and the incident date for this case was November 20th of 2018?
Forgive me.
Yeah,
May I
no,
refresh
sure.
recollection? Yes, November 23rd, 2018.
Okay, well, that's what's listed there, right?
Yeah, yes, that's what's listed there.
Now, in between then and February 25th of 2020, do you know where these envelopes of specimens were?
I do not know where in the chain of custody those items were.
Do you know the date on which these were collected initially?
No, I do not.
You have no idea?
No.
So, I mean, your understanding is these swabs were taken from places at the Willowbrook Road property where there was a question as to whether the the items in question had blood on them, right?
I knew that they were sampled from 50.
Now, the defense is being absolutely scummy, but we don't know from this witness, but we know from the last witness that due to case management, none of those swabbings were tested at first. They were actually put in the evidence vault. So whatever was, case management labeled, not going to be tested in this first run, it all went into the or evidence vault. They didn't send them back to Colt's Neck and tell the police to hang on to them in their glove box. He's being disingenuous here, but as a level 3, she should know typically where evidence goes when it's being stored.
Willowbrook Road.
Okay. And specifically, the evidence receipt it lists envelopes containing biological specimens, right?
Correct.
And it says question after each of them, and what's question is DNA swab of reddish stain, right?
Right. The question is a designation that we give to samples that are not known reference samples. So samples from, from myself, somebody's person.
Okay, right. But all of these are, what comes after question is the phrase reddish staining from various locations, right?
Correct.
And these were not collected by you, right?
That's correct.
They were collected by a detective, presumably.
Possibly, presumably.
For reasons that you do not know, thought were areas of potential evidentiary interest, right?
Yes.
But you don't know how long these reddish stains existed on these items before they were swabbed by the detectives, right?
That's correct.
And it could have been a day, it could have been weeks, right?
That's correct.
Could have been months.
That's possible.
Could have been over a year.
That is possible.
It's amazing that DNA is hardy. It's the same thing that we use when we found, Cheddar Man. Not a man made out of cheddar, but a man who was in the bogs near Cheddar, England, I think. But they call him Cheddar Man, and they were able to extract DNA because he was so well preserved from the bog. It's the same reason that some companies claim that they are going to remake the dire wolf and the mammoth, because we were able to extract DNA from long dead creatures. So DNA is alternately very fragile, but also very durable. Oh, what a dork.
What we do know is that DNA does not last forever on items in the world, right? It degrades over time.
It can, and that depends on many factors.
And DNA can degrade in terms of its quantity on an item, right?
Quantity is how we would measure it, but it will degrade so that we can't analyze it. The DNA will still be there, but it'll be fragmented so that
It won't be the quality. Again, oh God, why? Why are you hurting my soul?
Can't analyze it.
And the longer period of time that goes by, the longer the opportunity or possibility exists for that DNA to degrade, right?
That is possible. Again, there are many factors that go into how long DNA can persist on an item.
Sure. I think that it's probably true that,
According to this lawyer's argument, Jurassic Park wasn't a realistic science fiction because, of course, DNA disintegrates into nothingness over millennia. Not that I found any of the recent Jurassic Parks to have really been a boon to the franchise, but still, I hate this man so very much. He is like the Bill Nye of lawyers.
we know that you don't get to decide how things come to the laboratory, right? They come to you as they're packaged, right?
Yes.
And they come to you whenever they happen to be collected and sent, right?
That's correct.
And you're not in really any control over how long some DNA could potentially sit on an item before being swabbed, and those swabs are sent to you, right?
That's correct.
But ideally, you'd want that swab taken of an item as soon as possible in relation to an important event in the case, right?
Ideally, but I can't, again, speak to how long the DNA specifically in this case was sitting there and what conditions it was subjected to and whether that would cause degradation or not.
Right, right. Well, you just simply don't know, right?
That's correct.
But in the abstract, let's take ourselves away from the specific circumstances of this case for a second. In the
No, 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 no. We're not taking ourselves away from the specific things in this case because abstract doesn't mean diddly crap. Explainerate how Paul isn't linked to this, how they, waiting a week so that the house can be structurally sound and cleaned of debris is going to affect this DNA. If not, shut your hole.
abstract, you would want the DNA swabs to be taken and delivered to you sooner rather than later, right?
That's correct.
Because, these possibilities exist for the DNA to degrade over time, right?
Again, yes.
So if we can eliminate that issue with time, we would want to do that, right?
Yes.
The results you got for item 28, I believe you said it was a match to Sophia, right?
Yes.
But then the likelihood ratio was somewhere around 2 million?
That was the random match probability, so not a
Random
linear.
match, sorry. 2.18 million of randomly selected unrelated individuals. 1 out of 2.18 million randomly selected unrelated individuals would be expected to share the profile that you found.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you did not get a full profile from item 28.
That's correct.
You got a profile where many locations, many loci, did not return any information whatsoever.
Yes, there were some that did not have a result.
Right. You actually got information from only 7 of them in terms of that sample, right?
Yes, there were 7 complete loci that I could report.
7 total, complete or somewhat complete.
Yes, there were other, yes.
And so, and I guess we should say that the sample obviously appeared to be an XX sample in terms of the alleles. You believed there was a female contributor.
That's correct. Barring mutation, that was a female profile.
Right.
I don't think it was a male with Klinefelders. I don't believe. Oh my. And Klinefelders, I believe, if I remember it correctly, is where you have XXY. So for some reason, a male presents with double female hormones, and it can lead to a pear shape in men and breast growth, I believe. But I'm not Dr. House. I don't know these things. Why is this?
Now, you ran this, you amplified the sample twice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then sometimes certain things appeared in amplification 1 that didn't appear in amplification 2, right?
That's correct.
And sometimes things appeared in amplification 2 that didn't appear in amplification 1.
That's correct.
There was also, I think you also included your electropherogram results for the sample, right?
Yes.
And sometimes, it appears that the peak heights between some of these alleles that you include as part of the table are not exactly equivalent to each other.
Yes.
And so sometimes one peak for, let's say, 14 at D18S51 is higher in terms of allele 15 than it is for 14. It's over double the RFU amounts, I guess.
Jesus, get to a question. Ask, why is that? Is that a result of contamination? Are these differences that you see in each sample? Is this the type of randomization or the type of statistical noise that you expect to see in samples? Is this different? Holy God, these are logical questions that you could use. The evidence the information you've extrapolated, Cletus, and actually make a cogent question.
I don't have the information in front of me.
Okay. Okay. What would that be though? If there was a 14, 15, and 15 were showing as those numbers beneath it are the RFUs, right?
Yes.
And what does that stand for?
Relative fluorescence units.
And what is that? What does this mean? What is the electrotherapy?
The electric
You should maybe know the answers to these questions if you're going to be asking the questions. Typically, a lawyer doesn't ask questions they don't know the answer to, but you legitimately look like a kid that's stumbled onto a new science thing and like my youngest, most feral. Why does it do this? Why do they have gravity? What is quantum physics? What is a, neutrino? Now, I usually tell my youngest, most feral, I don't know, and then we look it up together. That's how we learn.
electrophoregram is a graphical representation of the DNA, so the RFUs represent how strong the signal each peak is.
Okay.
Mr. Murray, I'm going to give the jurors a break. It's around lunchtime now, so I'm going to stop you here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop you for the morning here. I didn't say anything though this time. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll bring you back at about 1:35. I do have one thing that I have to do during the lunch hour, so if I'm running 5 minutes.
And it looks like we did not hit the sweet spot where we can cruise right through lunch. But it only looks like we have a couple minutes, though, because he did say that he would be about 5 minutes late. So we are going to hang out here. I mean, we're going to be coming back to this cross, so it's not like we really get a prize. I don't know that either of the crosses have done anything to really put a dent in the conclusive DNA evidence that we do have. I do wish that the state had possibly retested some of the inconclusive evidence. I have no doubt that the state is going to rectify the whole insinuation by the defense that basically in the intervening time between when these items, were received at the lab and, when they were tested, that they weren't in an, I'm sure that they are going to be able to prove that they were in an evidence vault, securely, laboratory, standard operating procedure, kept in, climate control and whatever sort of ways they have to keep these. So I doubt that there is going to be a lot that the state is going to have to clean up, but I think she should probably clean that little bit up. I don't foresee the defense actually getting to anything more meaningful. There are just no innocent explanations for some of this evidence. For, Sophia's blood to be on a glove, for Sophia's blood to be on the jeans, for, Jesse's blood to be all over the kitchen. There are just certain things that don't have innocent, explanations. And I don't know, as a defense attorney, how you can actually argue against them. I mean, this was a crap case. The state basically had all the evidence. Do I think that there were certain parts where the state didn't, fully prove something? I still think that it's very possible that the defense might call on the first neighbor witness of Paul's, who said that she saw two men going up to his front door and banging at 4:30 and then looking at the fire. That's basically the only thing that the state really hasn't clarified. I mean, we have kind of alluded to the fact that she might have been mistaken that these were first responders or what have you. It's just very hard to prove that if this was a conspiracy and setup, that the conspirators would have an absolute, track on Paul's location in 2018. I don't know how GPS trackers were, but I'm guessing they weren't as ubiquitous and easy to place, easy to utilize as Apple AirTags are now. So you would essentially have to know that Paul is going to be going on a midnight drive, know that he has disabled his cameras so you can move around freely without being caught. Because if you're a conspiracy person, how do you know this? Do you have access to Paul's email? Are you CC'd on Keith's email? Do you have, I don't know, phishing data / keystroke trackers to figure out, the perfect time to frame Paul for this? I mean, as a conspirator, how do you know that Paul and Keith were having a big knockdown drag out? Would Keith have talked to the entire family? Would it have gotten to Corey by this time? Would this be something that Keith wouldn't have wanted to maybe put out first off and foremost, because this is now the second time that Paul has, stolen from the trust? I don't know. I think that the conspiracy was probably the dumbest defense. Not that you have really anything else to go with, but this should have been a case where you hold the state to their burdens. You make really good, really informed questions that may not take away all of the, evidence that you have, but puts enough reasonable doubt in there that maybe you have a pause. That's about the best you can hope for in this case, with all of the evidence that they have against Paul. There really is no get out of jail free card. And even if you had the Uvalde defense, I don't think that they would have been able to craft anything that would negate every single point of evidence that the state has pulled together as, coincidence, circumstantial, yeah, but this could happen to anyone. Here is a reasonable excuse as to why this is here and that is here. That is not the case in this particular case. So I think the defense would have been much better served if they had simply been very tactical and very smart and attacked the areas of doubt where the state hasn't fully explained things. Ask the state why they didn't do further testing if there is no further testing on the inconclusive DNA. Ask why, hey, if DNA has advanced, why didn't you test all of these things? Now, there's probably a really logical answer, like, we had all of this evidence that linked Paul, and, fiscally, it didn't seem prudent to spend more money when we had these. Or we consulted with, the lab analysis people, and they said these ones probably wouldn't be good for testing. There are certain avenues. You can ask, okay, well, despite the fact that a lot of the evidence was leaning toward Paul, wouldn't you feel it was reasonable to check with everyone who was linked as a beneficiary to this trust? There are certain things that I think that they could have brought to light in a non-ridiculous way. Whether they would have won the day, I doubt it. Again, these would have still been Hail Marys, but they would have been not as laughable. This wouldn't have been a joke. And I find that the defense is bordering on just plain disrespectful to the victims. These laughable excuses, it was a conspiracy, the state had blinders, it was a terrible investigation, have all been found baseless. And the steadfast belief that their client isn't a moron is not a defense. Because, again, we've seen the arguments that these two lawyers come up with, and I don't think they're the litmus test for, coherent and logical thought. Come on, Judge. Maybe the defense is like, the defense went to lunch and Paul's like, can we just quit? Can I be done? I wouldn't put it past him. I'm checking with Court TV to see if there's anything on X to see. I know the judge said he'd be a couple minutes late, but this is 4 minutes late. We are still on the...
I'm still under oath,
Oh,
okay?
we're back. Thank God.
Remember when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. So when we left off before lunch, I think we were talking about item 28-1, and that was an item that you had tested and come to a conclusion about regarding Sophia Caneiro being a match to that item.
That's correct.
Now, we were also talking about the fact that there were electropharograms from the testing that you did on that item, right?
Yes.
And I think you were in the process of explaining what the electropharogram is before we broke. So, what role does the electropharogram play in your genetic testing?
So the electropharogram is the culmination of the four-step process. That's basically the visual representation of the DNA profile.
Okay. And it's visual because we can see on the electropharogram there are at various places where the locus are tested, there can be spikes along that a line that runs across the pharogram, right?
Yes.
And those spikes are associated with what is the association between a spike on the electropharogram and what's the significance for the DNA locus?
So each spike, each peak that you would see is one of the alleles at that locus. So alleles are just different copies of a gene. So we are looking at 27 locations along the chromosome. So at each location, you would expect, if there's one person's profile there, you would expect to see one or two peaks. So two peaks because you get one copy of your DNA from your mother and one copy from your father. So if you look at the electropharogram and at a given location you see two peaks, that means you got, like, say, one version from your mother and one version from your father. If you see one peak at a location, that means, generally, it means that you've gotten the same allele from your mother and your father.
Now that's as to an electropharogram of a person's reference sample. Right?
That's correct. That's a single source, one person sample.
But when we're dealing with testing items of evidence, we don't know if you're going to get a single source profile or a mixed profile back when you look at the genetic material that's on the item, right?
When we do the four-step process, we are not sure at the end if we will get a mixture or a single source profile.
Right. And sometimes, you mentioned that sometimes there could be a single peak at a given allele, which could indicate in a reference sample that the person has inherited the same allele from both parents, right?
Right.
Why is Bailiff Norman from Fallout here? I don't know why, but I was like, why is Norm from The Vault in here?
But in an item of evidence that's tested, if we had a single peak, that could mean, in and of itself, that could mean that there was one person who contributed, who inherited the same allele from each parent. But it could also mean that we didn't have complete information at that locus.
Yes, depending on the signal strength of the profile. So if the profile is overall a generally lower, weaker profile, yes, that can happen where you see one of the alleles from the mother or father and the other allele is not present.
There's other occasions where we might see two alleles are present at a locus. One seems to has a higher spike, has more RFUs associated with it than the other allele.
Yes.
And I think that's is that something that's called height imbalance?
Yes, peak imbalances can happen, especially when you're looking, again, at a lower level sample. That's typically where you see it.
Sir, this is not your testosterone levels. We understand that they're low. Please get to a mother effing point. If you could Carmen Sandiego your way to a damn point, that would be awesome.
And so, if one allele, let's say, is associated with 431 RFUs, radiofluorescent units, and the other allele at the same location is associated with 207, right? Just as a general matter, obviously one allele would be coming in at less than half the RFU amount of the greater, right?
Yes, in that example.
And that would be
I am up to beyond peak level of RFU. As in FU, you are an affront to science and English language and, well, the practice of judicial sciences.
Would a height imbalance of that nature be significant?
It all depends on the profile. So if I saw that peak imbalance in a low level sample, I wouldn't be surprised. And if I thought that could be indicative of a mixture, I would expect to see evidence of a mixture in another location within that profile.
Mm-hmm. You could expect, but it in and of itself, that height imbalance could be indicative of a mixture.
No, because you're art-tarded for a reason. The likelihood of getting two people with sufficient loci that have similar or the same actual allele repeat. So say that Sophia had a 15-15 at loci 17 and Paul had 15-15 on 17 because they're related. It would be unlikely that Paul would also have site 25 be, let's say, 17-17 for Sophia. Because Paul has different parents, it's likely he might have a 17-25. So yes, if there were difference in height at a loci and simply, there were other distinctions in those, there were other loci that didn't match the first sample. This man is stupid. I hate this man. Why is he hurting my brain? But basically, the likelihood of finding two people in a sample that matched all loci and were different people would be astronomical, I would guess.
One locus, I would not hang my hat on saying something's a mixture if I saw an imbalance there.
Obviously, everybody who you had a sample from in this case, in terms of Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro. They are all related to one another, right?
Yes, I think.
Not Jennifer and Keith. They are not related to each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to get married. So no, moron. The children are related to both Jennifer and Keith, but genetics doesn't work. You don't get the person's genetics just because you get married, you art-tart.
So.
Okay. And you had, I think in your report, you had a copy of each of their allele tables, right?
Yes, each of their references was in an allele table in my report, my case file.
Okay. And I think we, so I just wanted to show you so this is D137. Do I have this right? That's the allele table you created for evidence item 28-1?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in this item, we're going to see that there's the original amplification, a secondary amplification, and then the consensus table?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is this, to your knowledge, an accurate representation of what was created when you...
Let me break this down to you for simple understandment, defense attorney. Because of the chaos principle, the same sample from the exact same Q-tip could probably have difference in not only quantity but quality of the DNA sample, depending on if it was closer to where the swipe was actually, occurred, or if it was towards the edge. So every single sample might have a different level of analyzed quality and quantity. These are two variables. And in every, since it's not a control test, a test and a control, there are going to be subtle variations even along the same sample if it was re-amplified, if it was redone. This is not a sign that this is, in fact, junk science. No, it's a sign of variability and, well, the chaos principle, to be real. I hate this man so very much.
When you put that table together?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish D-137.
No objection.
Go ahead.
I love this woman smiling like, he's stupid. I can't help stupid.
Okay. Now, it's a little hard to see perhaps, but when we see the first column, and that's labeled AMP1, that's the one to the left, right?
Yes.
And then the middle column is AMP2, right?
Yes.
And then on the end, we have the consensus column, right?
Yes.
Now, the consensus column is what we're doing to build your final table of results to compare to the reference samples you have, right?
Yes.
And when we look...
It's almost like because they have a consensus table, they know that there are going to be a little bit of variation or discrepancy. So maybe they do it an average of 3 times and take the average. Now, I know you're a lawyer, so that precludes you from any elemental understanding of math, which I would think too would preclude me from any elementary understanding of math. But I do understand averages and how one would account for slight variations in, different test samples. It's almost like the lab anticipated your question and covered it with science. He blinded we with science.
Look at the consensus column, we're going to see that there's a number of spaces that are left blank, right?
Yes.
Here and here along D2S5441 and D10S1248, for example, and all the way down that column consensus, we're going to see blank spaces, right?
Yes.
And that's it.
No, moron, because look, there is harmony between the fact that these amplifications found nothing here. There's harmony that none of the amplifications found anything here. There is harmony that none of the amplifications found anything here. Oh, look, there's more harmony, even where there are discrepancies, where there are differences in the, amplifications. There is, in fact, harmony and parity from all the samples on what they didn't see, you gigantic moron. Again, I'm a twice college dropout. If I can extrapolate this from a simple table on things I don't mother effing understand, I'm gonna need you to hop on the ability to interpolate data from, a paper and then ask a cogent question.
Indicative of the fact that those are spaces where we have no information that we can use to compare against the reference sample, right?
That's correct.
So we can only rely on the information that the information we have in terms of where you've input data into that consensus column. Is that right?
Yes, that is what I would use in my final comparison. But I have to say that if there were something in here that was not consistent with my final conclusion, if there was more information in here and it was not consistent with matching Sophia Caneiro, then that would not have been my conclusion.
Sure. I'm sure that that's true.
Sir, if you are going to be this cunty, you need to be flamboyantly gay. And I am talking about so gay that you are on Queer Eye and your cattiness is Bravo ready. But unless you are that flamboyantly out there, I'm going to need you to roll down. Look, the audacity to be sassy when you are this stupid is... Audacity is not on clearance. Audacity pass denied.
I'm just simply pointing out that, when you do this testing, it is not the case that you're always dealing with a perfect, complete sample, and you have to make do with the sample that you get from the evidence, right?
That is true.
And you have to see if it leads you to a conclusion or if it leads you to a place where you're unable to make a determination, right?
That can happen.
Now, this is, so just looking at this, we see at D18, S51, there's I think you've stated a belief that this evidence shows that there's a 1415 present at that location, right?
Okay, moron, let me explain this again for you in the slow class. 14 and 15 are going to be what she got from both her mother and father, depending on, again, the quality and quantity of DNA from any given sample. They are going to have a 14. Now, if she found in this second amplification a 14 and a 17, then it wouldn't be conclusive. Again, moron, I'm going to need you to... This is why it helped that in the Karen Reed case, you had a lessee. You had a lessee talk to the medical people because he could understand and speak their language and clarify for, lay people what exactly these terms and these terminologies meant. And he could anticipate when the experts might be trying to fudge the numbers a little bit and call them on it. There's a reason that Alan Jackson interviewed, Welcher, because he was an engineer and could get that none of this was engineering in the slightest. There is a reason that if you are going to go against an expert, you need to almost be an expert in that field. Because then you waste everyone's time and you make me question, well, any evidence of Ford evolution.
Yes.
In AMP1, there was a 14 and 15, right?
Yes.
And in AMP2, there was just a 14. There's no 15 anymore.
Correct.
The 15's dropped off.
Yes, it's dropped out.
It didn't appear in the electropharogram results.
It may have appeared as a peak that was below our analytical threshold.
Jesus wept. Someone get him a Cliff Notes on how to explain this. Someone get him one of the DNA, the little 4 charts where you do the little test, like, if Aunt Sally has blue eyes and Uncle Paul has, brown eyes, which of their kids might have blue eyes.
But without the electropharogram, I can't say.
Okay. But either way, either it didn't appear at all, or it was so low that your lab protocols would say, don't consider it, right?
Right. The software would not consider if it was below the analytical threshold.
Because if it was, then it would have appeared as, it would have been indicated in AMP2, right?
Yes.
Okay. But even though it's not present, right, in AMP2, and it's only present in AMP1, you placed it in the consensus table. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we go and we look at that D18 in in terms of the reference samples for this case. And this is S479 that was previously published. Here we can see reference samples for...
Again, you blithering idiot. Let me explain this to you again. These are reference samples. These means these are cards with about a silver dollar's worth of liquid blood or tissue being put on these reference cards. So these are a fulsome sample. There is no way that you are going to get, you know, a substandard quality of DNA or quantity of DNA. This is a big old standard card. They do like 4 or 5, again, like 50-cent pieces size saturations of blood if that's available. So this man is hurting my soul.
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro. Okay?
Okay.
Here we obviously see
Hey,
that...
and moron, as to your first statement that they're related, no, Jennifer over here is not related to Keith because, look right here, dingus, they don't match. Their allele sites don't match. They're not related. Now, you can obviously tell that the children they had between them are related because these two sites are a combination of the parents' two sites. You everlasting gobstopper of stupid. You are the everlasting moron.
Sophia's a 1415, right?
Yes.
And it was indicated that the evidence, the item of evidence that you tested, 28-1, you concluded that at that location, that item was also displaying 1415, right?
Yes.
But because Sophia is related to her mother and father, and her mother and father are also reference samples here, we can see that her father, Keith, is a 1515, right?
Yes.
And her mother, Jennifer, is a 1314, right?
Yes.
And if there was a height imbalance at that location, you're saying between 14 and 15, you're saying, look, that wouldn't be on its own enough for me to conclude that there was mixture, right?
Generally, yes.
But also in that sample we saw, we're missing a large amount of the data that would otherwise be testable if you had it, right?
Yes, we are missing some data in that profile.
And because we know that there were other reference samples who could have contributed to this, who are related, that relatedness amongst them could cause the sample to look like it's single source.
No.
Even
No,
though it has the greater potential because of how these people are related to one another, of potentially being a mixture.
Not necessarily. Yes, that can happen, but if this were a mixture, I would expect to see evidence of that somewhere else at a different location, at more than one location.
Sure. But I think, and I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to question your conclusions about this item in particular, but what I am trying to say is that when we're looking at this random match problem...
Wait, if we're not trying to question her conclusions on this particular piece of evidence, why the ever-living nebulous hell have we spent an hour of my goddamn time on the stupid bullshit that you don't understand in the vaguest sense of understanding? Why the nebulous F word have we spent this time on this if you weren't even going to question her conclusions on this particular piece of evidence, you giant everlasting moron?
Right? We're looking at this in terms of the likelihood of encountering this in a pool of unrelated individuals, right? Mm-hmm. But in the reference samples we have here, we're talking about related individuals, right?
Yes.
And that is a factor that doesn't really get encapsulated into this idea of constructing a statistic based on unrelated individuals being contributors.
In this scenario, that's right. The statistic is calculated based upon unrelated individuals.
Right. But of course we know that the reference samples here are not unrelated. They're in fact closely related to one another, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Never, in your incoherent rambling, did you come anywhere close to having a coherent thought. We are all dumber for having listened to you. May God have mercy on your soul. I have never felt the need to repeat a Billy Madison line so much in my life. State, fix
You can
this.
sit down. Thank you.
All right, guys, this is where I'm going to leave you. I do have you, let me double check this because when I say this, okay, save. I have you set up to hop over to our day 12 part 2. That will be starting at 3:30. I am going to go pick up the ferals, get them started on their homework, and make sure that I don't have any, letters or angry teachers to deal with. And then we'll be back to deal with whatever in the nebulous hell that the defense is going to deal with. I do wonder what the next witness is going to be, but we will be back at 3:30. So on Monday and Wednesdays until Mr. Moe finishes his college, we will be doing 2 parts, which will actually be good because this way we can definitely speed through the very last bit of the day. So this does kind of work out for everyone in that we don't need to actually sit here in pain and listen to the defense. So I will see you guys in about an hour and a half. And thank you so much for hanging out with me. Share this trial with your friend if you think that they too need to be, witness to Paul's incredible resting guilty face. Bye, you guys.